matters. So thank you very much for all those introductions. As earlier stated, you are all welcomed. I must just indicate, especially to our petitioners, just this part. So we have got a gentleman over there to my right, with a sign language, but we just want to get a sense whether amongst you there would be anybody requiring that service. So that's the first thing. The second thing is really different stations. You will see the booths behind you. And these are for purposes of a translation. But of course, because we're also tuning in live on YouTube, if there's a request, or if you would want to have a translation, we've got the different channels. English, obviously, will largely speak on English, which is on station 1. And then Afrikaans. So there might be somebody who says, hey, I want to listen in on Afrikaans. It's on station 2. So on these gadgets, there are these gadgets before you. I get like and then somebody might say, Nakebatla is Zulu or is it Xhosa? And then they will be on channel 3. Bale ba ilore ba prefera Sesotho or Setswana will be on channel 4. And then Baba ring no Rabatla Chivenda or Chitsonga, it will be on channel 5. Again. So this is intended to assist Hulutusa to understand and follow through on our proceedings so that nothing gets lost in translation. Let's hear mama. Let's hear. Okay, it seems as if we've got that understanding. So we want to start this morning with the Department of Health. But I just quickly want to explain our procedure on how we'll go about doing it. Is that we'll have the petition. So this is the actual petition being read out. So it's going to be beamed on the screens, and then it will be read line for line. And then immediately when that is done, we are going to request yourselves as the petitioners to verify whether that's a true reflection of the original petition that you will have submitted. And this is just on the contents. If you so confirm, the next step, which is step number 3, we will then ask the department to respond to this petition. And they are going to respond formally because they were notified in time to make an appearance before the committee. But I suppose that there might be instances where a petitioner might say, well, in putting up or generating the petition into the format that we have it in, there might be 1 or 2 things which were left out. But this is not to say that we are bringing in new matters. So we're only dealing with the petition as we will have submitted it. Except in those cases where we might have missed 1 or 2 things. And you will just give us an indication. The department will then respond. The committee will deliberate on the department's response, and then we'll map a way forward. Again. But I must also state upfront, the session, whilst they intending to resolve some of the issues born out of the petitions, there may be instances where we may not be able to conclude on the petition. It might still be directed that the department does specific things. Or it might be that in their response, the department might indicate that there's an impossibility to do certain things. But as I will have stated, will then deliberate to determine the best course of action and reasonability of how a petition presented should be dealt with. So I thought that is a way critical to mention, so that we don't develop, foregone expectations, or no, this is what is likely to be the outcome. So it would be a subject of engagement, So, yeah. So now that that is out of our way, we're going to start with the department. Of course, the whole terrain about the petitions environment should at this stage or by now be understood by all of us. How critical it is. So we're basically discharging a constitutional mandate. So you will find that the uniqueness of our committee is that it is the only committee in the Gauteng provincial legislature that is governed by a legislative framework, so an act. So there's a specific act that governs our work. And that act will be the same one that will govern the proceedings of our session this morning and throughout the day. So we are not going to run this meeting by imagining things which are not guided in our act, but also in the Constitution. So that would be section 56D as well as section 69D of our Constitution. So thank you very much for that. Can we then take the first petition, unless if there's any questions before we now labor these issues? Is there any question that anyone may want to raise? Maybe they are seeking clarity before we commence. We are taking flight. And when we are airborne, not many things that can happen. The captain has got to focus. So let's take the first petition. Who's presenting for us?
Thank you, Chair. I will be taking you through.
Thank you very much.
We'll be dealing with the first one in terms of our summary. That would be number 2, request for annual increase. The petitioner is Mr. Itumeleng Muraudzi. If I may check, Muraudzi baone. Okay, don't come panda.
Maybe wait. Let's take in that school. And is there anything you would want to say? You may proceed.
May I request petitioners to come and have a seat in front here? Mr. Mraudzi. Yes, yeah, no, thanks. Chair, the title of the petition is a request for annual increase for lay councillors registration number PP27D/0221HE. The petitioner is Mr. Itumeleng Muraudzi, an adult male who resides at 757 Tembisa, submitting this petition on behalf of lay councillors who alleges that they are HIV/AIDS lay councillors.
Yeah, but can you beam it? We really want to see it on the screens. Remember, we will have said immediately thereafter, we want the petitioners to follow on their petitions. So it would not assist if it's our own pictures on the screen. I know you are quite handsome and that Dimbulaini, but we would prefer if we can see the actual petition.
No, noted, Chair. And thanks for the compliment. I was not aware. Yeah. The petitioner alleges that they are HIV lay councillors whom the Gauteng Department of Health employed since 2012. He states that there has been gross discrimination in the department since 2012. as they've been receiving 2,500 and never received bonuses. He further alleges that another group of employees received 4,000 stipends whilst they are doing the same job. He also states that the matter is now long ongoing and they've been engaging with Miss Nomsa Mompe, the Chief Director in the Gauteng Department of Health. Chair, the petition was referred to the responding authority, that is the Department of Health, for consideration and response on the 8th of March 2021. As it stands, Chair, we anticipate to receive a progress report to that effect. Thank you, Chairperson.
So thank you very much. That's the summary of the petition. As I will have indicated earlier on, we'll check the one that the Molauzi. That the Molauzi. That the Molauzi. Which language do you prefer? Eh? Or English? Yeah, no, thank you very much. So that's your petition. Can you then confirm whether the contents thereof are accurate? Yeah, if you can confirm. I get it, they've read out the summary. If you can just quickly confirm for us whether you are happy with the summary as presented.
Yes.
You are quite happy, ne?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So they've not left out anything?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So let's move right along and ask the department to navigate us through this petition and their thought process on it. I'm not sure that the Malutana who's leading the team or who would be speaking first.
No, thanks, Chair. And we indeed confirm that we have acknowledged the petition. We are familiar with its content, and we will be providing not only the response, but the update as far as how the matter has progressed thus far. Ms. Mope will be leading us with that presentation as far as the response. Thank you so much, Chair.
Over to Ma'am Mope.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if I can read from the presentation that I have, or the committee has the presentation where they can look at it as I'm presenting it.
Let me just quickly check. I want us to follow through. Are we able to beam it? Hmm?
They switch between you and the presentation.
Okay. I think we have it now.
Thank you, Chairperson. I may just continue. Next slide, please. The purpose of the submission I'm going to make to the Chairperson is to respond to the petition which was written by the lay councillors regarding their payment of stipend since 2013. Next slide. As a way of background, the Department of Health received a petition by the HIV and its councillors. The petition is dated the 9th of November 2015, where they were requesting an increase in their annual stipend. And they indicate that, if I were to quote them verbatim, that since 2012, other HIV and AIDS lay councillors managed to get a monthly stipend of 2,500 and others got 4,000 rands per month, while all of them were doing the same work. I'm paraphrasing what they said. So, as a way of responding to this petition, Chair, is that lay councillors are part of a cadre that we call the Community Health Worker Program in the Department of Health. They have been appointed by the department as an essential resource to implement all the HIV and AIDS activities and functions. The appointment of these community health workers was necessitated by the fact that they protested. They belonged to the NGOs before, And then they then left the NGOs. They wanted to be appointed by the Department of Health. Unfortunately, at the time, there was no money to can accommodate all of them because there were just over 9,000 of them demanding to be permanent employees. So they embarked on industrial action and subsequently took us to the court. And the court ruled in their favor, where the Public Health and Social Development Bargaining Council on the 27th of September 2018 issued an arbitration award in their favor and deemed them to be employees of the Gauteng Department of Health, quote, as informed by Section 198B of the Labour Relations Act. Next slide. Following the award, we embarked as a department on the process of ensuring that we go through our database, we verify all the community health workers that were employed in the department to ensure that if we were to absorb them as staff of the Department of Health, they were indeed people that were appointed in the department and they were doing work in the various facilities in the districts across the province. This process was also supported by the union that was representing the community health workers at the time. That union is called NAPSU. So all the verified community health lists were then submitted to Treasury to begin the process of appointing them as per the arbitration award. Obviously, this necessitated the creation of posts because at the time there were no posts to can accommodate close to 9,000 people at the time. So the process was very lengthy, and as at the 1st of April 2021, a total of 8,309 community health workers were appointed as permanent employees into PERSAL. To date, they have been appointed as lay counsellors, peer educators, and ward-based outreach team members. All of them are clubbed as one, and we call them community health workers. Currently, the department, we do not have any community health worker that earns below 8,500 rands per month because they were appointed at level 2 employees of the department with full benefits like any other employee in the department. So, Chair, we assumed that noting that the petition is dated 2015, maybe the petition was overtaken by events because Mr. Mulaudzi, who's the author of the petition, is appointed in the department currently in one of our clinics, that is Esangweni Community Health Center. And the person that is also as reference, who was referenced, was also offered a job in the department, but he refused and went, and I'm told he's an Uber driver currently. So what we are recommending, Chair, is that the committee should note the developments that have happened since 2015. A lot of work was put into this, and currently these community health workers are appointed in the department, and they are earning 8,500 rands. No one is earning below that. That is what we have currently in our records. Thank you, Chair.
So there we have it. So we'll just go back to Ntate Molaudzi, just to give us his thoughts on the response, and then immediately thereafter we'll invite the membership of the committee to also raise whichever points that they might want to raise. But I just wanted to ask Mob, because one of the issues that features prominently in the petition is really about the salary increment. And this is notwithstanding the fact that they would have at some point raised their lamentations about a process leading to the appointment. And we gather that at some point they will have been appointed. But then post-appointment, and obviously, in consideration of your CPI-X and all these other inflation-related costs, the lamentation that then also, is excoriated within the petition is really just about the salaries. So maybe it would have assisted if we could have been navigated through what would have been the salary construct at the time of entry as against where they are now. And of course, the limitation would be that the process would have only been finalized in April of the current year. So if that is the case, then obviously you will have to wait a full cycle for consideration of those. But I wanted to ascertain, and this is the part that I will have missed, whether all of them will have only been appointed now, or the formalization of the appointment only done in April of the current year, or whether there's a grouping or there was a batch that would have been assimilated at some other point, you know. Because if obviously they will have raised it in 2015, looking at the trajectory, it would have meant that there may be others that might have been incorporated. So their status, you know, where is it? But you can then respond to that when we deal with the other inputs by members. Ndate Mulaudzi, over to you.
Okay, my name is Edenvale Ralph Mlaudzi. Right now, yes, I'm a HIV lay counsellors.
I just wanted to, maybe, sorry to disturb you, I also wanted to ask. My sense when we initially dealt with the petition was that
Okay.
there's a number of other people, you know, and of course you are coming in alone. Is there an explanation why you are only alone?
Now I have Madita Matola, but lucky not working with us anymore.
Oh, okay, okay. No, it's okay. You may proceed.
Okay, when we write a petition, they manage to select the group that they are site coordinators. They earn 4,000, us earn 2.5. So that we write the petition that we need to know why all of us we are lay councillors, and others they get 4,000, others they get 2.5. We managed to engage Mzabalazo. So that 2017 Department of Health managed to put us through to the contract or tender, which is MATPAS, and we didn't get any back pay. But right now we are permanent, so that we still want to know about the back payment, because why they give others 4,000, others 2.5.
So you are saying there's a disjuncture between what others are paid,
4,000.
4,000.
Others 2.5.
Is it currently?
Yes.
So you are disputing the version of the department in that it says that no one earns below 8,000.
Previously, right now we earn 8.5, as to all we are community health worker. But currently others from the NGOs, others earn 4,000, others 2.5, while we do one job.
From the NGOs?
Yes. And they
So there are still those that are affiliated to NGOs?
No.
Because my sense is that everyone would have been absorbed as a result of the arbitration award.
Yes.
So what are we saying that the Mulauts? Currently, we want to now focus on the current.
Yeah.
Has the department adequately responded to your issue? You are satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Oh, okay. So there's no longer any issue?
No.
You are correct, okay. So members, let me take you. It would seem as if the department has done what it had to do. Anyone? A member, Shniman?
No, thanks, Chair. I think the response from the department is very clear. The matter has been dealt with, but that's in terms of the arbitration and the ruling that was made. So, but I think what one would want to understand is still in the petition there was a matter relating to increases and that type of thing. So, although they've adhered to the court order and everybody has been absorbed, and as nobody's earning below 8,500, but going forward, do they then qualify for annual increases, etc.? Because I think that's one of the things that was being referred to then. So I just wanted to get clarity on that. I think otherwise the matter is clear.
I should also think so. Any other hand members? Any take member? Chabalala member Dong?
Thank you, Chair. I think the petitioner is happy, but I think there's one outstanding issue, according to him, because he's saying there were instances where other councillors were getting 2.5 and others were getting 4,000. So he wants to know whether the department will reimburse them. Those who are getting 2.5 will do the back pay. So, but I think once the department maybe can address that as to whether they are going to give them their back pays or not, I think this petition is good as closed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by Member Shabala.
No, I'm covered. I wanted to also ask, or I thought I heard him talking of the back pay. Maybe if the department could further clarify that.
Well, look, I'm threading carefully, and I think I will have stated it earlier. Because what restricted to the content of the petition, which speaks about the salary disparities. And our sense is that that matter will have been resolved. Unless if the department at this stage can give an indication of the status of, the shortfalls and whether there's a process to really respond to that. But if there's no response at this stage, I wouldn't want to ambush the department because it's not a feature of the petition. You see, and I wouldn't want to corner anyone, especially because bringing up other issues might lead to others. And so I think we really need to be quite careful in how we traverse all of these issues. So over to you, Mope and the team.
Thank you, Chairperson. In responding to the matter about the benefits going forward, they are now regarded as employees of the Department of Health. They are going to get every other benefit that any other employee in the Department of Health gets, be it sick leave, annual leave, salary increases, maybe all those things, they get them. That's how their salaries were structured. And Chairperson, it is for this reason that this thing took a long time to deal with. Imagine from 2015 and it was only resolved in 2020 because we had to go through the whole process, first to go and find billions of rents that were supposed to accommodate all of them. At the time, there were just over 10,000 of them. You can imagine if you were to appoint 10,000 people at level 2 in the department, how much that costs you. So there was a lot of negotiating, looking for funding from Treasury, but eventually Treasury was on our side, they supported us. So they get any other benefit that any other employee gets. In terms of the disparities, Chairperson, whether we're going to make up for the shortfall, I'm not sure about that. I'd like to hand this over to my boss. Maybe he might respond better. CEO.
No, thanks, Chair. Maybe just to amplify the point that as far as relates to the salary and the dispensation here and going forward, those are governed by DPSA and all things being equal, the issues that are, as you know, the salary bands will fall within what is in the chamber and negotiated. So that's covered, and I think we can rest assured that the Public Service Administration rule applies, and including all the issues that Ms. Mope has highlighted. Chair, before I deal with the sensitive issue, and thanks for the protection to get into a venture about committing to whether or not, but safe to say, without fear of contradiction, Chair, it will be very difficult to even suggest that there might be an avenue to even explore the discrepancies between what, as you know, that this was managed at a contractual obligation, either those that were directly with the department and that those that will have been contracted through the department through an NGO. It will be very difficult to go retrospectively a couple of financial years back to try and do that. So I think without even consulting with legal services, it's something that even the current fiscal pass would not be able to accommodate unless advised otherwise. Chair, it's also important that I raise that while this issue has been resolved, it has not gone away. This has gone against the National Health Council, as you know, that this is only unique to Gauteng. it has put all other provinces in the back foot, given that not all provinces can afford and be able to do and implement the decision that the Gauteng has implemented. So the issue is really an area of contestation at the National Department of Health and National Treasury as far as the actual decision, how it was implemented, including its far-reaching implication for the rest of the country. So I think it's important that I contextualize it, that even why raising any other issue over and above the issue that has gone against the grain would really make it very difficult. At some point, there were discussions about why did Gauteng not necessarily try and set this appointment aside, given its far-reaching implication. That's not the issue that we are here for, but I think it's important that I just mention it, given the far-reaching. But Chair, to as far as the issues about going back to the outstanding issue, it might require that we even take legal advice, given its far-reaching implications, over and above the actual decision that's already been made. Thanks, Chair.
So there we have it. Thank you very much. And I'm quite aware of the contentious nature of this matter, you know. And I could almost imagine that with Mera Mokgopa having, you know, led the department, a very issue that she was quite keen on resolving. And that is why Gauteng will have taken a posture that it might have taken. But I would have traced this matter far back to when Minister Motswaledi was still leading the department, because it had been there before. It's been a recurring matter. And of course, I know it has continued to plug all other provinces, as you are rightfully pointing out. And if I'm not mistaken, Ndadembuli, there might have been a second petition also dealing with the same aspect, although branded differently, and not as you know, your HIV coordinators, but rather community health workers. You know, I'm recalling that because at some point we'll have had an interface with the MEC to really come and, you know, take us through what the thought process of the department is on this specific issue. And I think that meeting is still, you know, due at some point. I know we'll have it deferred to next year, isn't it? So that we get, you know, overall clarity on this issue, so that if it does happen that it resurfaces, at least will also be taken into confidence about the overall formulation there. So that those are the issues. The other issue was not so much a feature of the petition that you submitted, but of course the department makes a point that they may not necessarily be able to engage on it at this stage, because they might still have to go back and, you know, raise it with their legal for a proper, you know, formulation. But because you are also at a vantage point in that you are now in the department, I'm sure you can still be able to follow up.
Okay.
But where you are not happy, because I got Rona, we don't bar anybody from raising a secondary petition.
Yes.
You can then raise it again, you know, through the same channels, so that we test it with the department, you know.
All right.
But not necessarily that we are, you know, in any way suggesting that it would be resolved if it's raised with us, you know. As we will have had, I mean, there's a whole lot of issues to be considered, your fiscals and the likes. But if there could be a point of interaction, and that the Malotan, so that you assistant that the Malawi to also relay the message to all others who might be affected, you know, in understanding the current, you know, stand of the department insofar as that issue is concerned. I think that would assist a great deal, so that at least there's no misnomer, which is on the account of, you know, non-communication. So I'm not sure whether you have got any last words.
No, I'm fine. I do understand.
Yes. Okay. So thank you very much. So this petition is closed. Can we have a mover for that? A mover. Member Shosho.
I move.
Thank you very much, Member Chabalala. Member Shniman.
Thanks, Chair. Second.
Thank you very much. So, role wila garanda tumulaus.
All right.
I'm not sure whether there's any other more petitions for the department, or well, yeah, two more. So you are still here with us. Still here with us. So let's take the next one. Ntate Molaudzi can step off. You may be excused, Ntate Molaudzi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Muzura Chiduro. The next one will be capacity and service standards, Edenvale Hospital. The petitioner is Mr. Frith Silolo, if I may check. Ntate Silolo. Okay, so we can proceed. And then, okay, no, thanks.
Are you sure? We really want you to be sure. Because we don't want them raising all other things that you might not have raised. You are sure? Okay, let's proceed.
No, thanks, Chair. Registration number PP31A0618HE. The petitioner is Mr. Fritz Silolo, an adult male who resides at 998 Avenue, Alexander, who alleges that the Edenvale Hospital does not have enough capacity to accommodate the fast-growing population in the greater Alexander area. He further alleges that the hospital equipment is aged, thus not able to cope with current demands. The petitioner also alleges the medical staff is of low quality standard to care and monitor patients. Furthermore, he alleges that the condition of the reception area does not give hope to those being admitted or visiting, and that there is inability to deal with patients' admission control, which leads overflow of the casualty room and patients sleeping on the floor. The petitioner also alleges that there is no adequate system for patient referral to Charlotte Maxeke Hospital, as patients have to wait long hours to be transferred between hospitals, which denies the community of Alexander the right to access better health care services. And he further alleges that the hospital board is dysfunctional, having not ever met since its appointment in April 2016, and that none of the board members are from the catchment area, thus having no relationship or interest in the community. Chair, the petition was tabled and adopted by the PSC on the 25th of July 2018, and further referred to the responding authority, that is the Department of Health, for consideration and response on the 27th of July 2018. Chair, we await a progress report. Thank you, Chairperson.
So there we have it. Maybe just to quickly introduce yourselves and confirm whether the contents of the petition are spot on, or whether there's anything Elore might have been left out. No? Can you pass the mic? Okay, so they've got the mic.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members and officials. My name is Frith Selolo. I'm residing in Ward 81, which is the area where around Edenvale Hospital. I'm the member of the community there, and with myself here is Mr. Ngani Ntuli, also a resident in that ward. Chair, I can confirm that the content of the petition is the true reflection of what we have actually wrote. However, one is disappointed that you look at the time frames of which the petition was actually submitted. It's way past over 5 years now, and some of the issues raised might have been passed by the series of events, and which basically says to us, what does it say in terms of the state of our institution in terms of service delivery and responding to the issues that are raised by communities. And this basically to us, you find communities end up rising up because of lack of immediate response on issues that have been raised. Therefore, I will urge from the committee side and say you need to put a proper legislative in terms of the rollout of these petitions and the response times, because it doesn't use for us to actually raise issues. And you get a response only after 5 years. Even in between those services, we have never been even given any update as to whether there have been any intervention. Therefore, I'm saying as a community members, that is, I'm very aggrieved and I feel very disappointed. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Maybe let me just quickly deal with that aspect. Of course, we are governed by legislation, which makes the petitioning process an open-ended process, where every single resident of our province is empowered to submit their petition. Now, if you will, the petition system can be likened to a complaints platform where people excoriate all manner of things, some of them even falling outside of the purview of what we are mandated to look into. Now, as a result of that, we have got scores and scores of petitions trickling in daily. The numbers that can even shock you. And as you have regard to the committee structure, you will find that against that reality of the backlog, we have got a limited number of personnel to look into these petitions. And of course, we are not excusing that. It doesn't mean that there should be some level of responsiveness on time. But whilst that is ideal, the reality is that it takes a bit more to try to resolve a petition. And of course, we do make an attempt from time to time to finalize, but the committee itself does not control all the variables. So it does not have a complete control over the finalization of the petition itself. Because almost immediately when a petition is received, the committee looks into it, it does a preliminary checks on the petition. Then if they deem it legible to be presented to the committee will deliberate on it and then adopt it if it makes sense. And immediately thereafter, it refers it to relevant authorities. So relevant authorities in this case will be the various departments that we have. And of course, in other instances, because there's a planning on the part of departments themselves, they may come back to us and say, well, we're still looking into this issue. So whereas our act says that a petition needs to be resolved within 30 days, the reality is that it doesn't happen that way in practice, you know? And hence, it becomes all too important that we mention that part. That unfortunately, and we wish we could, we don't control all the variables insofar as the resolution of the petitions. We do refer, and there might be delays because even when it enters the department, on whichever issue that may have been raised, you will find that it has got to be sent to a number of offices. And they may still come back and say, well, we're looking into the best course of action pursuant to resolving this issue. And because of bureaucratic processes, you will see that there would be some level of protractedness in how a matter eventually is ventilated. You know? But be that as it may, we don't lose sight of it in our committee. So if you will, even if it transcends our term of office, we then become the successors in title. We don't say, this thing got in when we're not there, therefore we're not going to account for it. We would still account for it. And that is why even to this day, we're still looking into some of the petitions that we'll have inherited. We don't say, now I was not there in 2015, I was not there in 2012. We'll still say, maybe let's assess the status quo insofar as that petition is concerned, such that if the situation has not changed, possibly we can cause for necessary interventions to come about. So I thought we just needed to clarify that point. Of course, it's something that is worrying us as well. And that is why one of the innovations that we are going to be employing, well, hopefully by next year, is the introduction of a new system, which is held on a digitized platform, your e-petition, so that on real time, as you submit, we can deal with this petition. And then the other thing that the Malutan is that we have requested even the Office of the Premier that we want to have a synergized system which enables interoperability, so that as a petitioner submits, we can see it on our part, but you can also see it on your part. And then we can be able to track progress insofar as that is concerned. Because the reality is that the manual system, we've got piles, heaps and piles of petitions, and we've got to go through every single one of them and deliberate. Somebody might even write about, hey, my partner left me, and they deem it as a petition. Please bring my partner back. So we also become those dolly in trying to, assist them to go to relevant platforms to resolve those specific issues. So please, let's apologize for that. But I'm sure with the explanation given, you will understand some of the difficulties that we are forced to contend with. So let's invite the department, having said that, to give us a response on the petition, or possibly even an update on whether some of the issues that will have been raised there have been responded to. I'm all too mindful that the Malutan about a series of lamentations about the Edenvale Hospital. To some point, there's even a research. There's a chap who commissioned a master's research back in 2017, just on Edenvale. Some of the laxities, system failures in the hospital. And of course, when they interacted with the institution, they will have also been pointed to your Office of Health and Standard Compliance, so that they also look into some of the anomalies insofar as what is expected of them. So hopefully much will come from your report insofar as the situation there and whether it has improved. So over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the Mr. Slolo for the petition. And Chair, in responding in preparing for this response, a few issues became very glaring. That the petition was considered having been dealt with by the department because a comprehensive response was shared with us, including that the original file with the response that was signed 3 years ago, a copy of which was shared with us. So there are those difficulties. But I think, and with an understanding and the context that both the Chair and the petitioner, Mr. Slolo, has provided, we can only, for the purpose of today, just deal with the about update. Because, even the boards that are being referred to as just being change of a whole lot of things. I think we can deal with the update and update the committee and the petition. The summary has been provided. I will not repeat, and I think it has always been confirmed. And then I will not want to repeat it, Chair. But safe to say that I think there's a concession that we are making as a department. One, that Edenvale Hospital, it doesn't operate in a vacuum. It's overwhelmed hospital, and for various reasons. That one, generally the public health system is currently overwhelmed. It's something that we know, and it's not necessarily even you confined to Edenvale. But in recent times, because I must start dealing with this petition in the here and now, that the situation at Edenvale has also been worsened by the fire at Charlotte Maxeke. As you would know, that at Edenvale refers its patient to Charlotte Maxeke, and the absence of Charlotte Maxeke is actually then compounded, meaning some of the patients that would have normally even gone to Charlotte are now being seen at Edenvale. But just to deal with the facts and the figures, as far as the size of the hospital, of course, Edenvale has got 230 functional beds, and on average is also always sitting at over about 89% capacity. The accident and emergency always sits at about 100% capacity at all material time. Of course, the target is as such should be at 85 and below. One, to make it economically viable, there's something what we call bed occupancy rate. And anything below that makes the hospital very difficult. The cost of running vis-a-vis becomes a bit of an issue. But Chair, I think what is also important is also highlight that the hospital is quite old. So the age of the hospital also contributes to some of the systemic challenges that we find, and that's part of the concession we are making. But we are also saying, as part of the update, that the hospital has had some sort of renovations since then. If you look at the issues about the accident and emergency area, that is being referred as part of the core issues as early as beginning of this year. There has been some revamping and an improvement in that area of work. So that has been done. Of course, the petition alleges that the hospital equipment is aged and can't cope with the demand. There are structures in the hospital, and of course, there's a budget linked to the functioning of the hospital. There's equipment committee, there's medical technician, there's equipment vetting, the central hospital monitors the equipment and age. I think it's safe to say, Chair, that the hospital equipment and public health services are overused, they get overwhelmed, and from the demand point of view, and I think to then say that the hospital is not overwhelmed at times, it will be far from the truth and disingenuous on our part. I think that's a concession that we are making. The petitioner also alleges that the medical staff is of low quality. Chair, maybe as an employer, one would say that from controls point of view and being a health practitioner, is that from a competence, skill, registration, affiliation, and all that, we can confirm that the clinicians and associated professionals that are at the hospitals have got the requisite skills and competence. There are other soft skills issues that I think as a department from what we call customer survey, we are able to concede to, that often our perceptions and some of the complaints that we deal with, and the director of quality sitting behind me will also share, it's that often it's not even the skills of the practitioner that's at stake. It's actually their attitude, their communication skills that really often puts the hospital at the bad light. And often it's also about just bad communication, not able to explain what is the cause of the delay or why certain procedures can't be performed. That's generally what type of feedback we're getting when we are engaging with complainants and patients that are not happy with the system. But as far as the skills and competence of the clinicians, Chair, we can confirm that our practitioners are trained. There is, of course, a quality assurance system, as it alleges in the petition, that there are no quality assurance system, and especially the clinical executive. There are clinical executives that are appointed and have always been appointed. But as I said, Chair, that there are issues that relate to the system being overwhelmed at times, and of course, just the volume of patients that get seen, and especially worsened by the condition of the infrastructure itself. And then Mr. Seman will just also, as a progress report, just update as far as what are the infrastructure planning for Edenvale hospitals going forward. Chair, as far as there are allegations relating to human resource development and clinical executive, we confirm that the office is overseeing. There's a program in place that's approved and funded for upskilling training and an annual training of the staff in both the core competency and then of course associated skills for capacity skills, and of course including the executive training for the other managers. Chair, towards the tail end, the petition further alleges that the conditions at the reception does not give hope, as it's already alluded and admitted in visiting area, inability for the patients to gain control. And that's the point I was making, Chair, that one is the hospital is 84 years old. So the layout and the design and the age, it's not ideal. And then hence I'm saying a hospital that was built in 1937 might not necessarily fit the current population in its design, and hence there are continuous improvement, including the work that was done in that area, the accident and emergency recent times. But I'm the first one to concede that, having been at Edenvale several times, including this year, the hospital is old and it requires some sort of infrastructure improvement as a matter of urgency. But the areas that has been highlighted were renovated for the purpose of just increasing a patient flow and accommodating, especially creating spaces in the context of COVID. The second last issues that is being raised in the petition is the issue about the triage areas and another related, Chair. I've dealt with it as far as the renovations that were done in the area in January 2021 in the accident and emergency, and the occupational health and safety project that's currently underway by DID, just to ensure that the hospital complies with OHS issues. Of course, lastly, the issues about the referral system of the hospital, something I've already alluded to, that the hospital does not seem sufficiently capacitated to deal with the transfers between the community of Alexander and its referral chair. This issue was quite under control prior to the fire at Charlotte. There was on-site planned patient transfer and emergency medical services base that operates at Charlotte Matreke for that at Edenvale Hospital for these purposes. However, it's safe to say, Chair, that with the banning of Charlotte, the situation has slightly regressed, and I must be the first one to, given that now patients that would have ideally been referred to are referred even further, including Bara and Steve Biko, and this, of course, has an impact on some of the patient outcomes. Chair, lastly, the issue that was raised, of course, of time, it was the board, its constitution and its meeting. Safe to say, Chair, that we can confirm that the board is duly constituted, was appointed in April 2019. Its term of office is expiring the 31st of March. It's got 6 members. It's got 6 members, 5 of which reside within the catchment of the hospitals, with only 1 member of the board who resides in Ekurhuleni. And the board has got the terms of reference and has been meeting, has met twice this year. So the board is well within its quarterly legal framework of meeting. And of course, at the time of the petitions, there might have been issues at then, but safe to say, and the minutes and the schedule has been shared and can be shared as part of the formal response to this petition. Chair, maybe for the sake of time and cognizant of all the dynamics, maybe let me pause there and save to seal with any clarity-seeking questions that might arise. Thanks so much.
No, thank you very much, Ndate Malutana. Well, I would have thought maybe you would end up by saying these are some of the plans that we are looking into as the department in trying to occasion, suitable responses to all of those specific challenges, And I'm sitting wondering what happened to healthcare forecasting and modeling approaches, in sort of a circumventing known or identifiable challenges that might arise as a result of either, the aging infrastructure, the growth in the catchment population vis-a-vis, the number of beds that you might have. I mean, the challenges about the referrals, And it seems as if some of them were still obstinately, challenges even prior to the current challenges faced by, our then tertiary hospitals, your Charlotte Maxeke and all others. So one wonders what would have militated, the continuum of those challenges, and obviously worsened now by COVID, because obviously that would have played a major role in overburdening, the already strained, resource provision to the facility. And I can almost imagine with the burning of a Charlotte Maxeke, it would have meant that became overly exaggerated as well, So I thought for a second, we'll try to map out a way. And for me, it's really just about how do we bring about, newer infrastructure in place, or put new infrastructure in place. Because, there might be cosmetic interventions that we make. So you might recruit an additional number of, skilled professionals. It might still not be able to suitably respond to the challenges which are there, because that on its own might not necessarily, address the issue around bed provisioning. And that is why you will find that there would be a lamentation about, people sleeping on the floor, mattresses, which goes against the very same quality assurances that we speak to. So there's a fundamental encroachment on the norms and standards which have been set, and possibly even undermining, the overall, prescripts on provision of quality of health care as born out of the National Health Act, So maybe at some point, and I know with infrastructure, it's not something that you might conjure up through a magical wand and say, therefore a hospital needs to be built. But I think they are all motivations. They are all the motivations to really attempt to offload the burden that, Edenvale as a regional hospital would obviously have, and obviously looking at the number of the area, the community areas around it, your Alexander, your Bramley, and all others. So I really think we really would have to apply ourselves to it, so that ultimately we can be able to at least propose a concrete measures to try to offer redress in those insofar as those issues are concerned. So maybe let me just check that this follow whether there's any take on the response by the department, and then we'll go on to members.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We appreciate the response by the department. And as you alluded, we expected that department will be saying, what is the plan going forward? And maybe one still have to, to go and do also a proper visit and inspection around the hospital. Remember, the issue of access was limited due to COVID and everything, so that as we speak, we are able to check what the report is saying on the intervention, which ones might be cosmetics, and resolve, make temporary intervention. But we just want to urge the department to say, we need to a holistic approach. And for me, Chair, I can say we have seen interventions done during COVID, where, there were funds channeled to able to, improve certain things, which I think that needs to translate to, permanent areas where we should able to provide and, proper health care. And that is what we will be looking for from the department. But over and above that, from government perspective, we are saying these are the issues that are raised by communities. But if there is also no communication, an update on ordinary community member as to say what is there that we are doing as the department, we are going to continue and receive the same concerns because people, something, either things are happening or either there are plans, but they are not being communicated. And over and above that, the issue of our encashment, we might, as well as we are looking at Alexander and the surrounding, I can tell you the hospital service people who even, people from Tembisa might believe that they don't want to go to Tembisa Hospital. They will force themselves to, to come to Edenvale Hospital. Around Captain Park and everything, they still require the service to be there. But I think maybe, as you have said, we need to commission a research holistically to look and say what will be a proper intervention. But that, as we are doing that, we mustn't just keep quiet to ourselves. Let's communicate to communities and give them hope that something is happening, something is going to be done. Thank you, Chair.
No, quite correct, that is all. I mean, one of the things that the Malu done is that, well, maybe not even one of the things. I mean, the primary thing is that we must put this thing of the overburdened regional hospitals on the agenda. And I'm not sure what the thought process would be at this stage. Well, it's not something that you might wake up tomorrow and then it's resolved. I'm all too mindful of that reality. But of course, a crucial point that the Sefolo makes is that we also need to make some of, the board committees, the hospital board committees to become functional. Because as you will, I mean, surely you should have one that interfaces proactively with its stakeholders. So the stakeholders of the hospital. And one wonders, the mechanics around how that is done. So that there isn't any lacuna insofar as what is being driven as part of some of the interventions that you might be rolling out. And I read somewhere on Facebook, somebody was actually congratulating some of, the professionals in hospital, in Edenvale, around the service provision. And I thought, well, this is much of a compliment, but you see, it might be overshadowed by all other things which might be going wrong. So I'm of the view that we really need to have a systematic approach in how to go about at least, mitigating some of the things which are manifest, so that ultimately we should be able to communicate a positive story. But the second thing for me is really just about what we draw. I mean, outside of hospital, on the patient satisfactory reports. People can write, or I'm complaining about casualty department, turnaround times, maybe essential equipment list, some of them, they are missed, So a range of those issues. And I think those must be used to empower us to really have a deeper sense of some of the areas that might require urgent intervention. So yes, one of the primary overarching challenges might be about the age of the building, but it doesn't mean there aren't other issues where we can possibly make an intervention, So if it's really about referral systems, I mean, those are systems, you can surely enhance how referrals are being undertaken. If it's about overall a patient experience, surely there's something that could be done. But then there's something else, about the health promotion. So if we're all too mindful that, there's an expansion in the catchment population for this hospital, why are we not rigorously running a health promotion campaign? So that at least we can do a capping of some for, the prevalent non-communicable diseases, so that we run an intense program. And you will see, as part of your primary health care, you might even see a reduction of a number of people who are presenting themselves to the hospital. So those are some of the interventions. They might not be big interventions. We can read them as being nominal, but they may still have a dent insofar as the overall functionality of the hospital, you know. So as Ntates Follow, you know, mentions, we need to have a holistic approach in trying to offer some redress insofar as some of the notable issues coming from the institution itself. Members, I'm not sure whether you may want to have a bite. Malukwa Committee. Member Schneemann, you are noted. You may come in.
No, Chair, maybe it might be useful to look at doing a visit to this hospital together with the Portfolio Committee on Health, just to go and do an assessment on the conditions there and see where things stand at the moment. That's the only suggestion I'd want to make. Thanks.
Member Mabunda?
No, thanks, Chair. I think if I understood Mr. Malotano well, besides the fact that it's an 84 years old hospital, they've got an OHS compliance program that is being implemented by the infrastructure department. And considering that it is an old building, an old hospital, it will continuously need some sort of revamp and renovations now and then. And of course, within limits of the fiscus. Maybe what should be giving the petitioner comfort is that DID, as it is reported, they will, or they are busy with this OH compliance improvements on the hospital, not only in Edenvale, I suppose. It cuts across all the hospitals in the province. Because most of these hospitals, I mean, the issue of Charlotte Makeke, we've heard after the fire there, how complicated it is to get work back or to get the hospital back because of some of the issues of the hospital being old. So Edenvale is no exception. I think the DID department must just speed up these continuous renovations to the hospital so that some of the issues as raised get resolved. And I think the petitioner has also acknowledged and appreciated that because it took long for this petitioner to be heard, some of the issues that he has mentioned in the petition might have been resolved. He's not sure of. But I think from how I understood it, that OHS compliance work that is happening in hospitals, maybe what Mr. Malotana can further clarify is that is there a time frame in which they must have completed, or it's just an ongoing OHS compliance renovations that happen in hospital, so that at least the petitioner get assurance that indeed what he has raised is being taken care of. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Other members? Anybody wants to member pitch? You want to come in? Now.
Let him answer, then I'll come in.
Wouldn't you think?
Maybe I'll be covered.
Oh, okay. Yeah, safe to say that, you know, you need to look into this whole issue against the overall context of public health care, because we may treat the Edenvale as if it's an isolated thing, or isolated case, which is not. I mean, the reality is that most of our hospitals have become too old. So some of the palliative solutions might only offer temporary intervention or redress, you know. So you may renovate, and I agree with you that Mabunda, you may renovate. but you will indefinitely renovate. When something is has aged beyond its limit, and everything has got a lifespan, you'll just keep on renovating, and that is why I'm suggesting to Ntate Malotwana, and without necessarily making an imposition, that we must possibly at some point vehemently set forth on the agenda. And it might be something that happens in your National Health Council. It might even be beyond the province. Set the agenda for a rollout of a newer infrastructure. And possibly then you will have made a much more bigger impact. Otherwise, it will just be one thing to the other. You fix the flooring of the hospital. Guess what happens tomorrow? It's the pipes. Then we say quality management, where are you? Then just when they've attended to that, it's the lighting. So it's a range of issues when something is aged. But I think we must also appreciate that we've not allowed the hospital to fall to its ruins. At least there is some interventions that would be employed from time to time. But over and above that, I think we really need to look at not only alternative ways, newer ways of trying to resolve, these issues, particularly with an ever-rising expansion of our community. So, Ntate Malotwana, those are some of the suggestions that committee members will have made. And I agree with you, Ntate Shneman. We just have to plan accordingly with the portfolio committee on health. But I can only assume that they would be aware of what is happening, in our respective hospitals. Possibly we may just have to exchange notes. You want to come in before that day, Malotwana, member Malotwana? Okay, sure.
Thanks, Chair. I won't be long, just for interest's sake. What are the latest development with regard to the renovations at Capital Park Hospital, the old one? Is there anything that is happening there? Thanks. I carry, we were talking about people who are coming from Tembisa and Capital Park because there is no hospital there.
Oh, okay.
There's an hospital that is standing. Thank you.
No, I understand where you're coming from. I'm all too worried because I don't want that we appear as if, we're ambushing anyway. But I get what you are raising. So there's that interlinkage. So it's a system thing because if one hospital is buried elsewhere, people might prefer Edenvale in the thinking that Edenvale might not have as many, of these encumbrances. So I get that. So, Ntate Malotwana, over to you.
Chair, thanks so much for the inputs. Chair, the difficulty, and I said at the outset, is when responding to a petition, do we confine ourselves to the petition? I mean, there's a head of infrastructure planning. He could share for the next 3 hours the overall infrastructure plan in the provinces, at what phases are this infrastructure. So I really confined the presentation to the petition. But safe to say, Chair, and I'm encouraged by both the petitioner and yourselves that you are appreciating the delicate balance that we are sitting with as far as Edenvale. Edenvale Hospital is 20 years overdue for a hospital, a new hospital, completely new hospital. And part of the delay with that, and Bruce can explain, is that there is no space in the vicinity to build a new hospital. And there are issues with the actual current land. The issues there are no different from Tembisa. And that's why you can't rebuild a new hospital in Tembisa because of the dolomitic issues. And so you know what needs to be done, but you don't have an alternative readily available to do that. And then the difficulty we're sitting with as a department is the constant renovation at some point will outweigh the cost of actually putting up a new infrastructure because you're permanently renovating. When you finish the first floor, you go into the basement, there's water seepage, and then you do this, there's electrical rewiring. When you are done with the rewiring, and then, Chair, what's compounding the problem now in recent times is that the hospital is being, as it earmarked, was identified or falls under the classification of heritage sites. So even what you can do to the infrastructure as currently it sits, it's very limited. Those are the issues I could have shared if I knew what the expectations were around the actual submission, but hence I just confined the response to the actual petition and try and give an update. But Chair, that's where we are. And maybe just to deal with the issue, the Kempton Park is the same issue, that we are sitting with the pressure to build, renovate the Kempton Park Hospital. But from the engineering and the feedback we've received as a department done by external service providers for consideration, it's a delicate balance, that the cost of revamping is SEDs vis-a-vis demolishing and building. The percentage in terms of cost is very minimal. So what do you do? Because the shell looks okay, but from a structural engineering report, it says there isn't much left. You're better off just demolish and rebuild. And those are some of the decisions those are the things that are delaying in making the final determination as to how do you move with Kempton Park. This is notwithstanding the fact that RVAP is of course taken us to court, challenging us in that process, the separate issue that the department is attending to. But Chair, to deal with the issue about the OHS, Edenvale is part of the top 10 hospitals that are listed as part of the priority hospital in the department for OHS and compliance. How is that been done? That a year ago, DID did all conditional assessments of hospitals. Edenvale fell in the top 10 of those that required urgent intervention. So there's a report that they are currently implementing as to what are the minimums that must be put in place for the hospital to comply. It's one of the top 10 that is in that category. I think even the premier in the SOPA, when he made the announcements about the top, I think the term that was used was about the top 10 West hospital. It was within that context of its infrastructure, complaints and everything else. So that's how Member Mabuda, it falls within that top 10. So there was a conditional assessments done, and now there's a phase that they are busy with implementing the minimums that must be in place to ensure that the hospital complies with the OHS issues. Chair, maybe let me pause there. I think those are the issues I could respond to based on, but I welcome the inputs. And I think as just part of the formal response update that we're providing, we could just share the Bruce report as far as the overall, the medium to long-term infrastructure planning as it currently stands. Because some of it stands, but it's not necessarily funded, but as it currently stands. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ndate Maluda. I hope you answered Ndate Pitch. Ndate Bruce, do you just want to, in 2 minutes, just navigate us through what are some of, the formulations or thought process? Without even connecting, without even, just from where you are.
Yes, if I may just come in there.
Let's empower Ndate Bruce with a mic.
Chair, is it also part of the petition?
Ke nna ke apply discretion. Apa o le chair o na le matla. I decide.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I may just sum up in 1 minute, what Mr. Malotana indicated was that we are at times confined to respond within what the petition is somehow responding to. But if I can just talk to other plans around Edenvale. As we speak, we've identified that there's a need for a new Alexandra district hospital between, at least if we can then locate it between Tembisa and Edenvale. I think those plans, they were also identified under GCR urban renewal program. We've engaged with human settlement. They've indicated that we should somehow try to somehow plan within the precinct where they are currently working on to plan to build a new hospital and to additionally implement or build a new CHC. The two projects, actually, they will then start to relieve pressure from the Edenvale. Yeah, I think Mr. Malotana explained also about the land issues around Edenvale. One of the biggest challenges is that we cannot demolish the facility and close it down and demolish. We will have to try and work within what we have. And as part of OHS, remember that it's not only focusing on minor refurbishments. If need be, we will have to then demolish and replace on the existing site. So this is where we are. But also, if I may respond to the Kempton Park question briefly, the project was given to GIFA to propose a funding model. That part, I think, is very critical that we have to decide on it as a department. It was GIFA presented to the department. That part is still also under review and under consideration. But the main thing there is to also propose a CHC into somewhere between a CHC and a district hospital. Because of the site issues, the locality there, we cannot build like a very big facility and the accessibility. Remember that it's located within a residential area. So those were the proposals that were previously determined to say, can we come up with a small district hospital that will also then support other facilities around. So the proposal to fund or implement the project is yet to be decided by the department. GIFA is involved in coming up with the funding models. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ndate Bruce. Yeah, to so one or that input does assist in navigate us through some of. So Ndate Sfulu, are you content with the responses?
Thank you, Chair. I'm content with the response, and I think I will actually maybe follow up with the suggestion that you as a committee and the health committee must actually also do a site visit to the hospital so that you can have, the insights of what has been presented. And therefore, thank you very much, Chair. But by the way, Chair, for the record, I'm Mr. Silolo, not Sefolo. Thanks.
So thank you very much to the department, Ndate Sololo. Can I get Ndate Mang next door to Ndate?
Ndate
Ntuli. And all the members for their contributions. Well, there is space, Ndate Bruce. But the issue around access might be a bit problematic. Limbro Park. You know where Limbro Park is? So there's a hospital there, private hospital, Bariki Busa Met. And it's not so distant from Alexander, also not so distant from the communities in Tembisa. So you might also want to explore that space. Otherwise, if you force yourself to have it in Tembisa or Alexander, it would not work. But obviously, you will then have to take the stakeholders into confidence as to why it's going to be situated there, So maybe I'm just suggesting that you explore Limbro Park. There's a lot of open space there. So thank you very much for that. So the suggestion is, members, and you will guide. The suggestion is that we've listened to the petition. Much of it really belongs elsewhere, and that is the Portfolio Committee on Health. So we really want to pass over to our sister committee, because we don't want it to linger far longer than necessary on our side. Because it is actually the responsibility of the Portfolio Committee of Health to follow up on all of these discussions. So we'll generate the report, share with the committee for them to follow up. But of course, what we will not miss is the site visit. So we'll do it jointly with the Committee on Health. And then I'm sure the petitioners will continuously be kept abreast insofar as some of the developments are concerned. Are we agreeable on that? Or is there a counter? Member Peach?
Chair, I move for the adoption of your resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other member? Second? Let's have a vote.
We second, Chair.
Oh, thank you very much. So let's step off this one. Sure.
Maybe before you close, I just need to check. I agree with your adoption of the resolution, but I just need to check in terms of the timelines.
Well, like we first have got to generate the report. And obviously we would then be guided by the legislature scheduling, including the scheduling of the other committee. So we don't want to presuppose that we'll do it next week when we don't, in essence, know what their program looks like. But the other thing is that most committees are going on recess in the forthcoming week. They are breaking for the December recess. So it's most likely to happen in the course of the first quarter. The fourth. Yeah, so we tend to confuse. So the fourth quarter would then mean January, February. Am I correct? Yeah, January, February, March. Yeah, so run about there. Sure. So thank you very much, members. Can we take the next one? Is it also the Department of Health? So that we can release them. So I've got one more to go, Ntate Malta. Bontate Ntuli and Ntate Sololo, thank you very much. Can step off.
Thanks.
One more to go.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just request a member, I just want to quickly step off. I just want to quickly step off. Can you just take over?
Thank you, Chair. We'll be dealing with the first one in terms of our summary, Chair. That is Mr. Solima Seko is the petitioner. If I may check, Ntate Soli Maseko. Ntate Soli Maseko. But you, Litama, okay. So can we proceed in his absence? Is it fine with you? Yes. All right, Chair. Chair, the title of the petition is request for an additional clinic, Thokoza, registration number PP32B/08/17HE. The petitioner is Mr. Solima Seko, who resides in Thokoza, who alleges that a clinic in their area are overcrowded and that there are always long queues. He also alleges that the service at the clinic is at times poor as there is a shortage of nurses and they attempt to help everyone by compromising on the quality of service. He further alleges that people are at times turned back after waiting for hours to be helped as a result of the overcrowding. Chair, the petition was received by the committee and further adopted and referred to the responding authority, that is the Department of Health, on the 29th of September 2017. Chair, to date, we have not yet received any progress report to that effect. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can we then check with the petitioner if the summarized version of the petition is as per what we have submitted? And if so, he can confirm. Over to you, sir.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. So as far as the population at Thokoza, there are a lot of developments which occur, especially at Tinasonke and Begela. So that will cause a lot of overcrowding in the clinics. For example,
Good morning. I'm Soli Masego, residing at 172 Sweet Koza Street in Thokoza. We're experiencing a lot of problems because of overcrowding. When we can check maybe like Penduga Clinic, and then servicing the hostels and the informal settlement in the back of the hostel. We've got another area, is Tina Sonke, is in Old Ferrenachen Road, being serviced by only Eden Park. When we're checking the volume of Penduga Clinic, it's too small to service all the population that down there. And then we have a proposal because we've got Old Datasplate Hospital. It's not working since we've been demolished some of the part of the hospital. That how can maybe the government can utilize the old Natasplate Hospital, the other part where was the ablution block, to be maybe a clinic, or either maybe they have a mobile clinic in opposite of the hostel, and also in Tinasonke area. That was our concern. Or even maybe to extend the Penduga Clinic, because we've got the ground opposite the Penduga Clinic. That maybe can be bigger than it is, because there's a smaller part of Penduga Clinic. And also if maybe we can have maybe the maternity ward, because it's only Polar Park we've got the maternity ward. People that travel all the way from Penduga to Polar Park to get the service, because it's only the clinic who's working 24 hours, and it's far away. When you call the ambulance, it can take about plus minus 4 to 5 hours. That is our challenge in Thokoza. Thank you.
Let's start from the beginning again. The question was, do you confirm the content of the summarized version of your complaint or your petition? All these other things, we still have time, we'll get to them. I agree you submitted a petition and the summarized version was presented there. The question was, do you confirm that it is true as you presented it?
Yes, I confirm.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. And now we are going to take it to by the way, how many are you? You are 3 all in all. We are going to take it to the department and then to respond to the petition. Over to you, the department.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, members. I think I'll take you through to our response from the department side. Just to indicate that I think there's an overview. I don't know whether there's they can flag the presentation or it's not. They don't have it. But anyway, thank you very much. So just an overview to indicate that Thokoza is a township that is situated in the southern service delivery platform. In Ekurhuleni, we have 3 sub-districts, and the south one is where Thokoza is situated, with a population of 1.17 million people. Right. So in terms of the facilities that are there in Thokoza, we have 4 clinics, and including one CHC, which is Polar Park, and I think the petitioner has alluded to that one. Now, all these clinics, in terms of the referral system, they refer to Polar Park and ultimately to Telemogwarani and Bethakwa district hospitals. Now, when we saw the petition, we had to do a service analysis, service platform analysis, because based on that, we'll have a clear picture as to the need for an additional clinic in that area. Now, in terms of our analysis, we realized that yes, we have four clinics that are currently existing around Thokoza. Now, including Polar Park as a CHC, then they become 5. In our approach, and after we have received this petition, in 2018, we had to actually act and make sure that we extend services of Dresser Clinic, which was not offering the Saturday services. We had to look at that and extend our services to Saturday, where we had to provide services from 8 o'clock up until 2 o'clock on Saturdays. Our normal clinics are operational from 8 o'clock to 4:30 daily, and not on weekends. It's only Polar Park around that area that operates 24 hours. Now, in our analysis also, we need to look at the actual waiting times relating to a particular clinic, and make sure that when we decide to actually build a clinic in that particular area, we don't actually have a clinic that is not going to be utilized properly. And also, we realize that the waiting times around the clinics in Thokoza are within the normal standards, which are ranging from 1 hour for a clinic and 2.5 hours to 3 hours for a CHC. And that is why we had to do that and analyze that. So also to build a new clinic, we need to actually determine the current workload in relation to the norm, so that we actually motivate to say there is a need for a particular clinic. And in terms of our analysis of the nurses' workload, we realize that yes, because in terms of the standard, one professional nurse has to actually be able to see 40 patients per day. And in terms of our analysis, we are still seeing a low number of patients seen per professional nurse. So that is where we are. But we didn't stop there. That is why we extended services for Dresser in relation to the request. But as we do that, we'll continuously monitor the situation, like the petitioners are saying. There's a growth currently with regards to the population. And as a department and as a district, we will actually look at that in terms of the growing population and review our approach in terms of the petitioner's request. But based on that, Chair, for now, having increased the working service times for Dresser, we are monitoring the situation, Chair, and we are saying, for now, based on the analysis that we have done, much as we don't dispute the fact that there may be a need for a new clinic in the future, currently we recommend that we monitor the situation and not really not increase the number of clinics in that particular area, because one specific norm is that we realize that in all those clinics that we have in Thokoza, they are within the 5-kilometer radius for accessibility by our clients and communities. Then we can look at, when there are developments, whether that norm is still be met, and we are flexible to look at that and make recommendations through the department. Also, based on availability of the funding in relation to building a new clinic. So currently, Chair, in short, we are recommending that let's monitor and not really immediately go for a new clinic, but monitor in terms of the growth based on the fact that we have also, as a department, increased the service hours for Tresa Clinic, and we'll monitor as to whether we cannot do that in other clinics as the population grows. Thanks.
Chair, Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much. So maybe let's check. I didn't get the names of our petitioners. So I'm not sure who's leading. Maybe if you can just quickly introduce yourselves. So that Ndade or Ndade, we don't want to say those things.
My name is Sisa, with the surname of Liso, from Tresa Clinic at Thokoza.
So you are from the clinic. Are you working at the clinic?
I'm working as a clinic committee.
Or you are in the clinic committee? Oh,
Yes.
Okay. It's a proactive clinic committee.
I'm Soli Masego. I'm working with the people with a disability. Uskeva Nyasa support group for people living with a disability around Thokoza.
I'm Malata Pelo from Thokoza as well, the chairperson of Tresa Clinic Committee.
Okay. Mara, why the petition if you are from the clinic committee? Ndade Maluda, why are we having a clinic committee writing to us? Is there no interaction between yourselves? Ndade Simon, Ndade Maluda, Ndade Simon.
No, Chair. I'm also surprised because we have that platform to discuss, and we haven't actually, from the clinic committee, received any request to that effect.
Have you, Ndade Pelo, Ndade say so, have you at any stage attempted to liaise with the municipality? Well, district health services. Mike, I think there's a mic before you.
No, thanks, Chair. No. We are here as a clinic committee in a request by Mr. Masego to accompany him here. So as clinic committees, he felt that we should come and have this presentation with him.
Yeah, Maragere Lona, you have got a responsibility. I mean, you are effectively leading in the management of the clinic.
Yes.
Such that when you pick up that there are specific challenges, your first call would have been with the district. You see, I agree you have got that rapport. Kore la berekisa la shumishana. Ore sa nna how na le bothata la skipa le tla go provinceng when you could have simply raised this thing with the district. You see? And it's a bit of an anomaly. Kore tshwana le ro lwa le mosadi ka mo ntlong. O bo shanela ko khoto go sa feletsa ka mo family. Ora mosadi o lo nthoile mabane. Ke mathela go khotla. You see, so that ngibili thusitse Ntate Maseko or Ntate Maseko what the leadership of this clinical committee, these issues that you are raising, we are going to investigate, number one. But if we think these stubborn issues, we are going to raise them with the district. If the district is not assisting us, then we can escalate it to the province. Surely you should have done that. But it's okay. I don't want you to respond to it because this issue is now before us. I get it. So Negere Ntate Maseko, Ntate says all in that they bill, wow, shady. You see, that's the first mistake that they committed. They were supposed to have raised it elsewhere first before bringing it here.
The thing is one, what's happening is not only maybe it's only Dresser Clinic as invite with Ambenam. The petition signs a long time ago. More special, Muzo check Penduga Clinic. Penduga Clinic, like in composition, Nabantu se hostel, Nabantu Batlada RDP house, Ngali, Nasesporin. And then Mutape, Umagunim Vulu, total about Meming upon. Understand?
No, we get that part. We are not disputing the facts. Those are the facts. One saying that they say, you can that they say swagger? Siso. Linda de Bill could have simply canvassed their other counterparts in the other clinics. Raymond, it seems as if we've got a common problem in Thokoza. What should be the approach? And the approach should have been that, hey, let's organize ourselves better, engage the district on all of the prevalent issues that we have. Marare Tlohailing, it's already done. We can't take it back. So let's deal with these issues. So there's a report which is presented. You can engage with the report. I really with the report. So let's empower you to engage with the report. So they are saying, well, we're admitting that there are notable challenges, you know. And in Twele, the long queues. In fact, there's a national, that the Maludana, you will guide me. If I recall, there was a national policy attempting to manage this thing of patient waiting times, isn't it? So effectively, this thing, the queues, falls within the national cost standards, where you must limit, you know, long queues. And it's not only in Thokoza, by the way, I must mention. I've went to 2 areas in the Val. One of them, it's lakeside, quite terrible, I must tell you. There's not even any shelter there. So during rainy season, it's a serious challenge. Then another one, not sure whether it's a CHC or what is it, Pomulong or Poluso, something like that. Same thing. And you then, just on the optics, you will be told or no, there are 9 nurses. And because of this categorization, you will find that effectively there's just 2 professional nurses. The rest are assistant, this and that, and you know. So these are some of the problems that are there that we must reflect on at some point. So let's empower you. Just on the report. You may go ahead in that day below. On any language. Any language.
Thanks, Chair. You mentioned Dresser Clinic in your report. You say you have extended hours to Saturday, which as a committee, that Saturday is not working at all. It's not working at all because there's a long queue Monday to Friday. That Saturday, there's a lower number of people that come on Saturday in Dresser Clinic than during the week. So the problem in Dresser is during the week, not on Saturday. So that Saturday is not working at all. You can even visit Dresser on Saturday. You'll only see 2-3 patients in Dresser Clinic. I'm a chairperson there. I'm speaking as a chair in that clinic. No. So that extension, the best way could be you extended hours during the week because the clinic closed at 4 o'clock. Maybe it can be better if it can be 6 o'clock. That will be better than Saturday. Saturday is not working at all. Thank you, Chair.
So you want to say something or Ndate Masego?
Yeah, he's already covered. But another thing that I want to add on top of that, also a shortage of staff in the institution, that which may lead to a lot of complaints from the patients. When you open a suggestion box, usually they say that Dresser Clinic is not working, they are not attending, all such things. So they end up moving from Thokoza and go to Palm Ridge or Eden Park. complaining that there are no longer enough services in the dresser. Thank you very much, Chair.
Tate Maseko?
Ngiyabonga Chairperson. Ngoba mebachaza yabona even bona i-clinical committee ukuthi nayo ine problem it itself to address izinto. More especially ku management side. You understand? That's why I'm saying it's not only dresser kuphela and these challenges. You understand? If even in Penduka Clinic we've got that challenges. You understand? And then muzobheka la kuntshana Greenfield kusuka
Maybe just speak to the mic.
ukusuka eThokoza uye Greenfield how many kilometers? Ngibonile ubaba ubekile lana ukuthi no it's about 5 kilometers of each other but ungabala from suka eNakhuzana ePhenduka Clinic uya eGreenfield is more than 5 kilometers and eGreenfield plus Eden Park the service ithina sonke. You understand? And then thina sonke ingali ku Olifantsfontein Road and libe liya extendeka ukuya le ezansi ku Olifantsfontein Road and the population yangobuningi when you come to ePhenduka uye ngale emva ko hostel uzobona izinto zingakanani emikhukhu ekhona lapho. You understand? I would maybe sithi kanjani if I maybe can have maybe extension yeNakhuzana like utilize the old Natasspruit hospital because it's doing nothing. It's a building nje izimele lapha. Akuna service into enzakalayo lapho old Natasspruit hospital. Thank you.
So there's a suggestion in that Simon. What is it, the old Natalspruit hospital? Yeah, so I'm not sure what is happening there. But then, okay, two things on my part. Just two things. So, I mean, when things go eerie with management, you are competent to sit with management and try to come up with some innovative ways. I mean, you are raising something there, and I'm sitting here thinking, but why can't we be innovative? Because the district says we have extended operating days to Saturday. And you are saying, well, on Saturday people don't pitch up. It might likely be that people are not aware that even on Saturdays they can still go to the clinic. What steps are we taking as the clinical, the clinic's committee to alert would-be users or users of the clinic to also present themselves on Saturdays? Because the reality is that, sister, on Saturdays, it means they are getting paid for that day, even when there are no people coming in. You see? So, I'm not sure how clinics committees are structured, whether you have got subcommittees on stakeholder, engagements and so on. But you may need to do that jointly with the clinic. Do localize the campaigns so that people are made aware. Or even on Saturdays, they may still present themselves. Or you target them Monday to Friday. You just develop pamphlets. Or you just put up a notice at the entrance of the clinic. Or good people who are now functional even on Saturdays. You see? Then the other thing that you could say, Bonghono, who are presenting with your... I don't want to use these non-communicable diseases, but they are, isn't it? Chronic diseases. I wanted to say chronic diseases. Hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol. You might even prioritize them for those Saturdays. Unless if there are emergency cases, which warrants that they go during the week. So the clinic committee should think out of the box it must not join ordinary residents in complaining. The leadership, you see, you are the leadership. You are assisting in the management and direction of the clinic. You see, so you have got to be innovative. Otherwise, it is as good as not having you in those positions. Then the second thing I wanted to raise in that, Simon, what is the arrangement with these mobile clinics? Because possibly they may minimize the number of people who present themselves to the clinic. And then maybe before you come in, let me take other members. A member Ledwaba, I'm not sure whether anyone would want to come in after that. Okay, member Ledwaba.
Thanks, Chair. I am trying to reconcile these two views. Because when the petition was launched, I think it was in 2017, and there is this insinuation that there is overcrowding. And the report from Brother Simon dispels that notion, that it is not true. So I wanted to establish from him as to this patient or nurse-patient ratio. Is it something that was done now or was done by then? So maybe there was overcrowding by then. For whatever reasons, things have changed. And how do we reconcile this view that is overcrowding based on what they are saying? Is it something that is over-exaggerated? It is no longer there? Because actually this ratio of yours is actually saying to the delegation or the petitioners that it is not necessarily true. So I just wanted us to have the same understanding around that and unlock that one, so that we are moving from the same angle. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ndatele Dwaba. Any other hand? Are you okay, members? Up.
Thanks, Chair. I want to know why people don't come to the clinic on Saturday. Is it maybe they are being told not to come to the clinic? Thanks, Chair.
You are covered. Member Pitch? Okay. So, Member Shmani, are you okay? Okay. So,
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start with the mobile clinic issue. So, Chair, we have mobiles in the district which are actually going to the difficult to reach areas and where the distance to go to the facility is too far. So we have those. I think we just have to reconcile and check as to which areas which they mentioned today as to whether they're accessible. Reconciliation of the response with the actual statistical information was reconciling in relation to the complaint. But that does not necessarily mean that we will just dispute it and not follow it up as a district. We are looking at that. Because based on the extension of services, then it means if we reconcile and I think we are on top of that. As to the actual also stressed, which is a positive one to look at in terms of the Saturday not really actually yielding fruits, that these services are provided on Saturdays. Again, we take note and we record the fact that there is a positive input in relation to extension of hours, maybe during the week to 6 o'clock. I think it's a point to note, and we will also look at that. The issue with the hospital, Chair, I think Bruce also can attest to that. That area also is a challenge. We wanted to use it for other services, and we advised that it's not a place in that particular area. Thanks.
No, thank you very much. You know the difficulty about health provision is that it's not something that you can shop around for. Then we can delay and delay. But you can almost imagine a case of Nkhono, who has to wake up at 4 a.m. just to go and line up at a clinic. And I can tell you, without mincing my words, that the Malodana in my other life previously, I traveled the 252 health districts across the country. And I can tell you without fail, clinics in townships, they are always characterized by long queues. So I don't even think that you might even want to have a debate about it. It's a reality. Because our community over time, you see, and our communities rely on these facilities. So it's the same thing with our hospitals. Hospitals in the proximity of communities, you can go to George Mukar, go to Bara. While Steve Biko still has, it's not as bad. Go to Daga, Mamelodi, you can go to these several hospitals. You will find the same thing. So I'm suggesting that with what you are raising, we just need to monitor and find innovative ways of ensuring that we offload the burden. So it's a systems issue, if you will. And part of the problem, I'll tell you, that is that now go back to one week clinic. So if you could have a mechanism where people are booked for specified dates, you will find that it works the best. As opposed to just having anybody just waking up. I'm an outpatient, go. Hospital like MOPD, SOPD, where you are partitioned and so on. It sort of manages those things. So yeah, I'm saying to the clinics committee, this is what you must look at. It's part and parcel of what you're expected to do. I'm not saying it's going to be done overnight. You would still have those challenges lingering, but we just need to have a meeting of the minds, a point of convergence in trying to resolve some of these things, whilst the department is looking into the more permanent solutions. But we've got to be innovative, including fully maximizing the Saturday. So the Saturday will compensate for all other days where other people might not have been attended to. You see, I'm just too careful in saying, no, let's increase the working hours to 6, because it would still have a challenge of its own insofar as accessibility. At which point do we cater them later in the evening? Remember, safety issues are also a primary concern. So we need to be very mindful of all of these things that we are proposing. So if a clinic is open on a Saturday, let's encourage our people to use those clinics on Saturdays. You see, and not only just they rely in, extending the operational hours to 6, 7. There's also the safety of the professionals themselves working in those facilities. Because I don't lead to in our communities. Just when sister get to some 6, o tlhalla ditsotsi mole. Ba motho tlo no utswa stethoscope. These are some of the things that happens there. Our sisters are being raped in these facilities. So we have got to be sensible to some of these proposals. Otherwise, we could actually have an inverse effect of what we will have intended to achieve. And that is amount. But of course, let's look into the issues around those proposals being made by members, including the clinics committee. And let's look at it widely, not only in Dressa Clinic, but in the other clinics. And the uniqueness of this petition is that it mentions a number of other clinics. So there's a network of clinics. If you have a proper plan in there, you can manage the situation. You see. So let's look into it, because really, I mean, this thing of accuse is really unpalatable, to be quite frank. You know. So thank you very much, members. How do you suggest that we resolve? You want to say something, Dandelta? You can guide.
No, I wanted to say something before that question.
You may come in.
Actually, it is supposed to be a follow-up. When I was talking about reconciliation, at the back of my mind, I had this thing that where I come from, overcrowding is true, is a permanent feature. And the queue, they are always long. But your recent study dispels this notion. So hence, I was not convinced. And I thought the petitioners would insist that the queues are long, because that is a fact. But how you dispel it, I'm not convinced as well. But nevertheless, it's an issue for another day. Because it is true that at the clinics, people as early as 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, they are on the queue. You go there around 8 o'clock, you are going to come back after 2 o'clock, almost every day. So I was just saying that was what I had at the back of my mind. And I thought maybe there's something that I'm going to get from the practitioners, people who are working on these things. But nevertheless, we will attend to that matter differently. I will be interested, Chair, just to go and go to the clinic where I come from. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. We just look at the queue. Sometimes they are, and then even the ward committee, and as well appreciate Dr. Maseko, because after having raised these matters with us, he was able to go to his colleagues to say, I've made the petition, but now I'm given a platform to raise these matters. Please, can you form part of the delegation? I think that is the kind of spirit that we need, because we are not scoring any points yet. I want to appreciate and move along with the line to say, let's give it to them. Hopefully they will be able to look into all the suggestions that we made. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so it's okay. So this is how I'm suggesting we resolve. And then that day, Simon, we often get people coming to before the committee and saying, we'll look into it. And they think, that's the end of it. We may call you at any stage to come and update us. And we really hope we'll be presented with concrete reports. But how I'm suggesting members, we resolve is that, similar to the previous one, this petition falls within the ambit of the Portfolio Committee on Health. And they are more empowered to follow through than we possibly can. Of course, where they will require our support, will be readily available to give them that kind of support. And this would be for purposes of monitoring and, if you will, playing oversight. So that whatever that the department or Ekurhuleni will have said it will do, at least there's a follow-up. So it might even be a confluence of a Portfolio Committee on Health as well as COCTA, But I'll tell you something as we step off this matter, is that if you can get the management of clinics to run properly, you will find that we wouldn't have as much problems in our hospitals. So at the center of a primary health care, well, in the most extreme of cases where things have not worked in a manner in which I would have thought they would work, and people are coming to our facilities, if they can be attended there, and there's a unique model in Cuba that they have a lot of. So at the level of street committees. So one of the things that I may not have mentioned, the community health workers, what work do they do in enhancing the work of, they are linked clinics, so that you minimize the number of people coming in. So these are some of the things that you might want to look into. Because if a clinic is non-functional, people go to a hospital, even without referrals. And I get hona le mushika-shika, ke a tsena fela ka mo. You see, so let's look into it. So are we agreeable on that approach, members? We close it on our part, but we still refer it to the Portfolio Committee on Health. Any takers? Member Peach, are you agreeable? If you say so, please switch on your mic, make known your piece. Member Peach, we want it on record.
Chair, I agree with that, and I can support that, that recommendation.
Okay, wonderful. Any second? Member Dong?
I second, Chair.
Roleo. Thank you very much. So we're stepping off that one. So there'll be a follow-up, but the clinic committee, you are empowered, follow-up in that Simon. Maybe when you get out of here, exchange numbers. Make a plan, emails, numbers, house addresses. You can even take each other on dates just to update each other on this specific issue. So thank you very much to yourselves, our petitioners, Ndate Malutana, Relebuile, Menom Sam, Me Peachy, Me Brucey, I mean Ndate Brucey, and Ndate Simon. Who else am I missing? So thank you very much to the team. Ne? You have really stated the cause. We appreciate the quality of the reports. We'll tell your principals. But what you have committed, we are going to follow up on. That is Simon. You will see today I was quite nice. Next time won't be as nice. You see. I would have boxed you, or you are going to monitor. You should have long monitored. Okay, so thank you very much. You may step off.
Thanks so much, Chair and Committee.
Sure. Can we take the fourth one? Are we still in line?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we
Okay,
we
sure.
we are in line, Chair. The next one, Chair, would be road safety. Oh, okay. Thanks, Chair. I was being led. I've received an apology from the MEC of public of transports and roads infrastructure, Honorable Mr. Jacob Mamabulu, wherein they've assigned the DDG for road construction, Mr. Mamputi Mukobane, who will lead the delegation on behalf of the of the department, Chair. The MEC won't be able to attend due to other commitments that requires his attention.
Where's the DDG? Well, they are coming up. I know the department doesn't have a... Do we not have an acting HOD? We don't have. We don't have it. Oh. I thought we would have an acting HOD. You want to volunteer? There we've got a volunteer. Okay.
No, thanks, Chair. Registration number PP458/06/18TR. The petitioner is Councillor Waklin. If I may check, is Councillor Waklin here? Oh, okay.
We want you to say it on record. Where's the mic? Okay, Ntate Maseko, Ntate Pelo, yeah. So you can step off. Agar le thala morao kganyile. Le rona re tlo le thusa be sala morao.
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Good morning, I'm Tracy Kenzie. I'll be standing in for Councillor Kingsley Wakelin in his absence.
Are you in the ward committee?
I am in the Ward Committee, yes, Ward 48 Committee.
Oh, okay. Let's proceed.
Thanks, Chair. The petitioner is Councillor Wakelin submitting this petition on behalf of the Committee of Ward 84, who alleges that the intersection R114/511 and 14562 and Summit Road and the road stretch of R114 between the R55 and R511 are experiencing high accident volumes, most of which are serious and fatal. Commuters are regularly exposed to accidents and crashes, which often involve neighbors and family members. Chair, the petition was before the committee and was tabled and further adopted on the 25th of July 2018, further referred to the responding authority, that is the Department of Roads and Transport, for investigation and reporting on the 30th of July 2018. Chair, we are currently awaiting a progress report. Thank you, Chair.
Ma'am, you said your name is?
Tracy Kenzie.
Tracy. Ma'am Casey. Okay. So that's your petition. Can you confirm whether the contents are a true reflection of what Councillor Wakelin would have submitted?
So there is a lot more to that petition. We did have a public participation meeting, as was said in that petition. There is a lot more to that road than meets the eye. And that was 2017 that we did that public
Yeah, so
the
our
petition.
focus is just on what will have been submitted at the time. Because we don't want to bring
Yes.
in additional issues which were not raised.
No, that's fine. That petition was submitted in 2017.
Okay. So you are confirming?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for that. Then let's invite the department, that the DDG. I know you are a familiar face. I'm not sure whether the last time you were before us, whether you were a DDG. Were you still a DDG? Oh, nagitsi ntatole. Kana ke ntate mang?
Ntate Ramokgwasi.
Ntate Ramokgwasi. Ke itse Ntate Ramokgwasi.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
unfortunately.
I thought you were promoted.
No,
That is
no,
why
no.
I'm asking. Oh, okay. Okay, Ntate Ramokgwasi. Why le sa itse Ntate mo Ramokgwasi DDG le?
Re tlo mo etsa eno ba re re lebeletse nako ya hae.
Oh, le tlameha
Re busy re a mo.
Okay. Kana lona le bontate mang? I missed the
Nna ke nna Maphuti Onesmus Mokobane. I'm Maphuti Onesmus Mokobane.
Makobokane.
Mokobane.
Mokobane. Oh, Ntate Mokobane. Okay. So,
No, I just wanted to maybe to clarify. We do have an HOD right now. It's unfortunate that she's also committed somewhere.
Oh,
So she
an acting
requested-
HOD.
Yes, she requested that we come.
Oh,
through.
you present.
Yes.
Mme kana ke mang?
Make it definition 1 from Department of Road and Transport, Traffic Engineering.
Oh, traffic engineering. Wonderful. Okay. Tate Mokobane, please navigate. No, Ntate Ramokgwasi wena ra o itse. We have recorded you just now. So just navigate us through this petition by Councillor Wakelin. It's really just about the terrible state of these roads. I'm not sure whether these are provincial roads. Are these provincial roads?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. Navigate us through what is happening here. Let me definitely. We've got big people here, road engineering. So you will tell Councillor Wakelin, or big people were here. So let's go back to the DDG, so that you take us through Or who's presenting? You will navigate us.
No, Mr. Ramokhoase will navigate us through, but I just wanted to say we are aware of the problem, and then we are currently resolving it. We got a permanent and temporary solution. Unfortunately, the permanent solution takes a bit while, but in the main, Mr. Ramokhoase will explain what are we doing currently and what are we gonna do as a permanent in the 2022 to 2024. So because it takes a while, we couldn't just leave it as it is. We thought maybe let's do temporary measures, which are safe as well, but they are not permanent. We couldn't just leave it as it is. So maybe let me hand over to Mr. Ramokhoase to take us through the details of what we are basically doing right now. But I must say, admit we are aware of the situations and we are not proud of what is happening there.
I get excited, Pule, when somebody says, I've got solutions. You know, it excites me a great deal. So, yeah, over to you, Ndate Ramokhoase.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the petitioners are correct. In fact, we met with the community, I think it was around 2017, 2018. And the issues were raised, and true to form, those issues were confirmed, and we concur with the petitioners that yes, those problems do exist on the stretch of road. Now, I think around the same period, we introduced some temporary measures. The major request that the community wanted was to signalize the control of access to the main road. In other words, Nawabatla the robot, you know. So we followed the process of investigation, and there's some studies that we did, warrant studies, and we came to a conclusion that having looked at various options, traffic signals can work. Traffic signals, the robot. Yeah, the robot. So we forthwith started with the process of procuring traffic signals. But in the meantime, because the problem was so real and severe, we introduced some temporary measures, which we call holding actions. They are not necessarily really solving the problem. The problem is much bigger than that. We need to deal with geometric upgrades. That means the entire look and functioning of the intersections must be changed to accommodate the capacity of the traffic and the signals functioning as well. And those temporary measures, rumble strips and speed sensitizing devices, and some road markings and road signs. But just to give you a bit of history, when we started with the procurement process, in fact, at that time, we shipped with municipalities to do traffic signals, to install traffic signals for us. But two things, it was at the time where we were experiencing theft and vandalism of traffic signals. Now, to give you an idea, just a simple single-phase traffic signal at an intersection costs us about 800,000, 800 to 900,000. So one today, tomorrow is stolen, it's 800,000 gone. Yes, yes, the intersection. It includes the cabling, the bulbs, an intersection, yeah. Well, not just one pole, the intersection itself. So we were quickly running out of money, and we were also running out of ideas of how we can...
Just hold on, Matracy, you are not following. I'm worried that you are not paying attention. And this report will be presented, you are going to be amazed. So we need for you to be all insofar as the following through, so that you can engage the report of the department. Otherwise, you'll miss some of the critical points coming out of it. For that.
No problem. Thanks, Chairperson. So that was one of the things that sort of helped us in moving full speed in installing traffic signals. We had to decide on other ways of controlling intersections to deal with the issue of theft and vandalism. And the second thing is that the municipalities itself, which we entered into service level agreements with, on top of being frustrated by the issue of theft of traffic signals, they also had contractor issues. So they couldn't manage their own traffic signals functioning as well. So the department said and thought the best way to deal with this is to take that function away from the municipalities. And I can gladly report now that we have awarded a contractor for installation of traffic signals, and that section of the road is prioritized to be one of the sections that these traffic signals are going to be implemented. The contractor was awarded the works 2 weeks ago, I think. I think it was planning, in fact, targeting to implement these things during the 2021-2022 financial year. That's the long and short of it, Chairperson.
Okay, there we have it. So where is this road? Is it in Centurion? Where is this place?
It's west of Centurion. It joins the R55 up with the R511, runs parallel to the N14 highway.
Yeah, I thought I'm familiar with where this is. Okay. So you've now had the report of the department. Do you have any views? So they've basically given us temporary measures, and they're also communicating long-time interventions that they are currently working on. And of course, rightfully so, they are indicating that may still take a bit of time. But in between, they have also highlighted quite a number of challenges that they will have also had to contend with. Some of them contractual, some of them are related to the theft of these. I want to use this beautiful terminology that you use. Some signaling, what? Robots,
traffic signals.
Traffic signals. So those will have at some point they've been purchased, stolen. So yeah, there's a miasma of those specific challenges. But other than that, they are temporary as well as a long-term solutions.
So I think what would be important for us to have a look at is what the plan is, because being residents of the area and having been there a long time and had the experience, I think it would be good to be able to give input as to what exactly the requirements are and what we see to be the problem, so that we can give input into those contractors as to exactly what the problem is. I don't think they're aware that there's no public transport drop-off and pick-up for taxis, for instance. So that's causing a lot of damage to the roads. There's a big drop-off from the tarmac, for instance, to the dirt. So now the taxis are stopping on the tarmac, which is causing rear-end accidents because they can't get off the tarmac. So these contractors need to be aware of those things, not just upgrade a road, for instance, because we've got access to residents' properties directly on a provincial road. We've got heavy-duty vehicles because of the legal businesses that people have on plots. So we've got heavy-duty traffic turning off the main road into these properties, and we've got light vehicles turning off. So we've also got rear-end accidents, things like that. So we've also got 4 different names of that road, from the R55 to Boundary Road. So people can't even find Holland Road. Nobody knows where Holland Road is, for instance. So these are the smaller problems that the contractors will be unaware of. We have a water spring coming up in the middle of the intersection of Lois Ellis and the R114, which has been repaired a number of times, and that causes damage to the tarmac. The contractor won't be aware of that because it's just been repaired over and over again. People become airborne in that dip, and there's been many people rolling cars. So it would be important, I think, that we can see what the contractor plans or foresees in what they want to upgrade. I think if we could, have sight into that, we would appreciate that.
Okay. So thank you very much for those points. Members, are there any speech Any other? Member Schneemann, Member Chabalala. You see, we're fortunate in this committee, Madam Tracy. We've got the chairperson of the portfolio committee on roads and transport, isn't it? Transport.
Could we have the name, please, so I can just make a note?
Over there, that gentleman, that handsome gentleman.
Could the handsome gentleman please give me his
Can you
name?
see? And I don't think there's anybody there.
So my eyes are not that good, sorry.
Hey, Madam Trace, I don't think there's anybody. So that's the fortunate thing that we have got him. He would be able to follow up. So let's take the members in that order. Member Peach.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the response from the department, and I think it's a very.
I know, and I don't want to be presumptuous on this. I know sometimes you refer petitions to the relevant portfolio committee to follow up on, but I wanted to suggest that the portfolio committee on roads and transport would look at maybe a site visit with the department and the petitioners, so that everybody has an understanding.
Getting much on the role of the municipality insofar as this issue is concerned, you know. So maybe that the Moramohas, you can just assist us in explaining whether you will have at some point interacted with the municipality. And while on the one aspect you did mention that the contract, was held by them, for installation of these traffic signals. But have we, on the other issue, municipality must play an active role, around those, so that we don't only just elevate the problem and say the department, they will do everything, whereas the municipality should also be enjoined to look into some of those issues. And if they are beyond them, they can still revert back to the department. So let's have them finalize and then you will come back. Or is there anything that
we report all the potholes on that road? That's pretty quick. We do report that to them. So, but the municipality is unable to do anything as far as the road surface goes. But they do, try and build up.
Let me start with the last one. Municipalities do play a role in two aspects. One, our roads pass through municipalities, and there's quite a lot of developments going on around there. So if there has to be any upgrades or changes in the roads layout to accommodate those developments or the traffic, we directly interact with the municipalities, their traffic engineering sections, to assist us with those. And as mentioned before, we also, because we share intersections with municipalities, most of the provincial roads were meant to be feeders from one city to the other. They were not meant to be access points. But as and when developments occur, you'll find that accesses develop, and those are owned by municipalities. So one of our relationship with municipalities is that where we share those intersections, we used to go 50-50, and hence the idea of letting them run with the traffic signals, because they were better placed with that. But beyond that point, it's just the formal engagement where developments are concerned. And other than that, some informal assistance we do come through. I mean, we are recently busy with assisting other municipalities on road surface repairs, and there's sometimes when we think it will be much more expedient, like in this case, let them do our temporary works or our nominal work. But of course, we are still restrained by the Act, the Division of Revenue Act, so we can't just go through full steam with those relationships. They are tempered by those. But yes, there are roles that are interchangeably played by the municipalities, and albeit in a semi-informal basis. And yes, with regards to site visit, we have done it before. with the community involved, and we are also prepared to do it again with the portfolio committee. I mean, that's the answer. We are prepared to do that. In fact, we will welcome that because it will bring a lot of clarity to some of the engineering detail that goes into repairing roads. And to answer the issue of involvement of communities, yes, there are certain projects, especially when it comes to scale, especially construction projects that are done by the department where community involvement is a requirement. So committees are formed, community license officers are employed to form that link between the project run by the department and the communities. That is a requirement and it is legislated. But for projects such as these ones, especially for routine and maintenance projects, they're actually small scale. So when it comes to involving the community, it's not really a viable option because it's a short term, it's a very short term project. I mean, we go there, change the layout, install traffic signals, and we're out of there. Those are mostly road safety projects. But to answer that question, it depends on the level and scale of the program that is involved. There's a legislation and regulations that guide us on that, and we follow those. Yes, I think I've answered. Yeah. The other question is on liaison with the DCS. Yeah, that is a norm actually, Chairperson. Where there are road safety issues, DCS is involved. In fact, some of their members actually received training on road safety assessment so that they can alert us and assist us where we need law enforcement or where they can be able to identify simple to identify engineering issues and they report to us. So they are involved all the way with those. There's a unit, it's called the Traffic Stats Unit, that constantly interact with traffic engineering on road safety issues. The specific time frames, we will share that with the community. Another meeting of the forum that was held, I think around 2018, will be presented. The time frame, I think for that, I will suggest, in fact, I will estimate end of January, because we've just awarded the contract now, and there's quite a list of priorities. A scary list of priorities on road safety matters, and this is one of the roads that we have priority. Yes, it is new. Yeah, we have quite a list of issues. Just maybe for as an anecdotal account, when we constructed these roads 100 odd years ago, they were not meant to service the communities. But over time, the reality is that our communities, when they see a road and they see mobility, and then they come and settle around the road. So that changes the purpose of the service of the road and requires a lot of retrospective engineering to accommodate a rise in pedestrians wanting to access the road, a rise in vehicles wanted to access or get out of the mainstream road, and so on and so on. So we are sort of lagging behind because that is mostly unplanned activities. What the petitioner is referring to about the high pedestrian mobility, I think she can confirm that in 2018, the scale was not as much as it is now. So those are the types of problems that we deal with. It's only a matter of 3 or 4 years, but this is just one example. There's quite a lot around the province. So the scale, the list of priorities is quite a lot. But in this case, because it's been on our list for a while, we have prioritized this with one of the urgent ones, and then we'll be happy to share the schedule, the project schedule and plan by end of January. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ramokwasi, for that. May Devni, do you want to say something? This is the year of Charlotte Matleke. It would be, okay.
No, Chair, I'm good.
You are covered?
Yes.
That DTG, you want to say something?
No, I'm fine, except to say that we welcome Matrice's suggestions that we need to engage with them, and definitely we will engage with them to advise when are we installing, when will it be done, and how do we service them better in terms of what she was saying, that there's taxis and all that we need to resolve.
Yeah, so there's that additional strain. Let me take the members, Member Mabunda and then Matrice, you will come in.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I wanted to ask Ntate Molaono. He says the road, when it was constructed, there were no people around. It was like a passage between city to city. And considering that fact, in light of the two plans that you've provided the petitioner as a means of resolving the issue, you spoke about the holding section of the rumble strips and the traffic light or the geometric upgrade. And I'm just a little bit concerned because in terms of your timeline, you said you will discuss the timeline with the with the community. But I thought maybe for our sake, the timeline that we were looking for is what will be the effect of constructing rumble strips up until you install a traffic light. Because I suppose you construct a rumble strip as an interim measure before you construct the traffic light. And considering that area now, it has residents staying around it, and one of the disadvantages or two of the disadvantages of rumble strip, it's noise. And the second disadvantage is that cyclists and motorbikes, they find it difficult to drive over a rumble strip. And at times, even motorists, if it's marked, it has an effect on the suspension of the car and the damage to tires. That's why I'm saying it's important that you clarify the issue of what will be the time effect between those rumble strips and the actual construction of or installation of the traffic light, because if it's not properly maintained, the rumble strip has an effect of actually causing more harm than helping the community, because if it's not marked, someone comes running, and by the time he has rumble strips, it causes fear, and then he apply brakes, it sometimes causes unnecessary accidents. So I'm saying it's important to clarify that matter of time.
Yeah, no, thanks.
I wanted to ask, because some of us are lay person when it comes to road construction or engineering terminology. What is this rumble strip? Oh, I wanted to be sure, because I'm playing it in my mind. I said I was going to say on the road. Oh, rumble strips. I'm empowered today. Now I know. I never knew. So, Matrice, let's take you and then we can wrap up.
All right, let me just start there where we left off on the rumble strips. This section of road carries the heavy vehicles going from Pretoria through to Hartbeespoort. And that's the overloaded vehicles, that are, how's the word? Yeah, the big tonnage which have the vehicles escorting them. Abnormal loads, yes. So those rumble strips are nothing for those abnormal loads. We've got heavy-duty vehicles in our area that are damaging even the municipal roads, so rumble strip is nothing. That's not going to help. It's not going to slow down vehicles. We've got rumble strips that come in on Boundary Road, where we've got the four-way stop, which was recently put in. Nobody even listens to a rumble strip. That's not going to work in our area. I think it's just going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money, just to say that. When my colleague said here a short-term solution is a quick in and out, I disagree there totally, because we've had in and outs in our area for so long, and this is why nothing has really gained traction in our area. Talking about the municipal input into our area, it's got to be a two-way. It has to be two-way the municipality needs to put in with the provincial road, because these roads that are feeding into the R114 are in such a state of disrepair that the drainage is not there. So when the water runs down, we've got pebbles, rocks and sand that acts like sandpaper on that main road. So that just destroys it straight away. So the municipality is going to have to also budget to upgrade those roads in order to keep the main road in good condition. So it is going to be a two-way street. I think just putting in a new road on the 114 is not just going to be the only solution. Like you said, they need to come to the party as well. So when we do the site visit, we will need to take you to the municipal inmates as well. Okay.
Thank you very much. Member Peach, Member Chabalal, you must assist us in talking to the mayor, Mayor Randa, and the MMC Dikeli. I'm not sure whether she's coming back as an MMC for roads and transport. Let's wrap up on that, Ramokhwas, ne?
Yes, let me start with the first question. Those rumble strips were not meant to solve the problem. Let me put it that way. There's a different height of those rumble strips. The ones that we put there were the smallest height. They were just meant to sensitize a person who's speedy. That if you can see the way they are arranged, you'll have a set of 4, and then a sort of another 4, 10 meters apart, and then the next set of 4 will be 5 meters apart, and then the next 2 meters apart, and so on and so on. So they were meant to actually engage your psychology, giving you an impression that you are speeding up. And they are installed just before the intersection, the access, the stop signs. So to answer your question, yes, we avoid putting the higher than 4 millimeters or centimeters, sorry, rumble strips, precisely because of cycling and as you go higher in height, the car, when it's traveling around 60 kilometers per hour, they tend to get airborne. So we don't want to cause other problems while trying to solve another. That's the first answer, response. They were not meant to solve a problem, hence the temporary nature of those. So the proper solution will be preceded by a proper re-evaluation of the situation. We are aware that the conditions around the road don't stay the same. So what we had in 2017 might not be the case now. So before we even start to work again, we go and re-evaluate the section, the whole section of the road, and assess all the tributaries into what causes problems, and then try and deal with those. So that's what we are going to do. So it is not going to be just installing because we said so 17 years ago, in 2017, yes. We have to do a re-evaluation, check the conditions, and then come up with a better solution, yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for that. Well, I'm happy because member, okay, quickly maybe member Ludwaba.
No, I was fine all along, but the latter speaker is confusing me. You have appointed a contractor. Obviously, that project is already scoped. Now you are saying you are going to do a site visit. Based on the site visit, you will then reevaluate. Where I stand, you should have done that before you appointed a contractor. I'm just saying you are confusing me now. Thanks.
Respond to that one.
Okay. When we evaluated in 2017, we identified there were problems. And those problems were about controlling access to a main road. But from 2017 up till now, we are cognizant of the fact that conditions might have changed. So we might have moved from one level of service, maybe 4, to a worse level of service. So the re-evaluation is not meant to start and re-establish whether there is a problem or not. It's just to check whether what we identified as a problem earlier is still the case, or is there more that needs to be done. So that's the case. Not to to try and establish whether there's a problem or not. That's how we, otherwise we might be solving a problem in 2017 which is outdated or the conditions have changed around it.
If there are newer challenges, similar to what the Matrix is raising about the tarmacs and the likes, which might not necessarily have been catered for in the current scope of the issuance of the contract?
No, they have been catered for. And I'll tell you why. This might sound like magic, but it really is not. It's standard engineering practice. When we appoint for the worst case scenario. So our contractor will say installation of traffic signals, geometric upgrades, and
also it's not only just the installation of a traffic signal.
So if it's just installation, we'll give a contractor that PO to say just do installation. But if we go there and find that we may need to upgrade the geometry as well and look at other functions, then it is within the scope. So
effectively you are saying you will have also pre-detected some of the challenges that she's now raising with the review that you did.
Exactly. It's based on experience. We know that conditions change all the time. So when we create a scope, it's for the worst case scenario, a full scale.
Because we don't want to be, misled. You see, we've got an engineer here, rubble, lines and strips. Rubble strips. Okay, so it's okay. So we want to conclude by saying that Member Schneeman has assisted us a great deal. So he says they would want to follow up and even do an inspection jointly with yourselves, including with the petitioners, so that they go on site. So effectively, it will mean we close it on our part, we transfer. Are we agreeable on that, Member Schneeman? So it will then be transferred on their part for them to follow up on. Are we agreeable, members, on that approach? I will need a mover in a second.
I move, Chair.
Second?
Chair, I second.
Thank you very much. So this is how we'll then deal with it. So please feedback to Councillor Wakelin that will have ventilated this petition, and that would be the approach. So at least they would still be able to hold the department accountable for that. The only missing part is the municipality. So we may still, Member Schneeman, write to the municipality to also come on board when you do that site inspection, so that they are not completely insulated from the process. So thank you very much, Mayor Tracy, and who's accompanying you? I see there's a lady there.
Yes, we've got Leonie Marais.
Leonie?
Yes.
Okay. Leonie, don't worry. Member Peach, have you seen Leonie? Okay.
I'm also with Tracy. Akonanzele. I stay in Nandi area.
Oh, Meakon. That's Shabalala. Okay, so thank you very much for that.
She's a lawyer.
Eh?
She's a lawyer.
Oh, she's a lawyer. Yeah. Hey, Akon. Hey. We see you. I'll step in. Yeah, he told me. I'm sending myself here. So it's okay. So let's step off. We'll request the petitioners to step off. We'll then deal with the next petition. I know it also still relates to the department. So the department will still stick around for some time so that we deal with the next one. Or a change is in the table. Yes.
Yeah. I had a brief from Tuse Reprekene due to the fact that there are other stakeholders in the precinct, so that we don't cause stampede in the. So we are scheduled for 1 o'clock for lunch, and it's already 1 o'clock now.
Let's deal with the lunch because Yeah, so who's invited for lunch? Everyone? Okay. So maybe let's a break, let's adjourn for lunch. What time are we coming back? Is it an hour lunch? Okay. Can we do it in 45 minutes? Is that reasonable enough? Okay, let's do that. Thank you very much. We stand adjourned. Also want to release the department. It would be unfair to keep them longer than it's necessary. Won't remind them. Yeah. It's a Friday, so we really would want to move with a bit of speed. We want to pick up speed, and so that we don't waste any further time. Dade Mbuli, are you here?
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Dade Dian, okay, you are behind me. I'm just shocked, you know, this arrangement of a lunch where it seems as if we're at a football game really disturbed me, you know, especially when we are now learning that there's a new strain of COVID. And then was sent into a slaughterhouse. You know, we're actually just from there, slaughterhouse, where we're just being exposed to COVID. You are touching knives, forks. You must dish up for yourself. I don't know, you know. I want to go back to that hotel more. There's nobody there. Because this one is proving to be fatal. Remember, Picha was just saying, we might have to go back to Velmore Hotel. I'm worried about what we have just experienced when we were having lunch. You know, it appeared as if we were attending a rally somewhere. You know, I could not even enjoy my lunch, to be quite frank, because I was worried of exposure to COVID. So let's start. Can we take the following... the next petition rather, it's also on installation of traffic lights. So there seems to be somewhat of a, well, maybe not a trend, but some excoriation around the traffic lights. Are you alone, DDG?
They are coming now, no. They will be in.
Yeah, maybe call them. They must be in because we really want to start.
Chair, just apologies for Member Schneemann as well. He is on his way. He's just laboring.
I know he has one leg, so it obviously will take a bit of time for him to walk in. There he is. If we had a song to welcome him, we would, you know. You know, there's that special song, Eye of the Tiger. We would sing that song for him. But he has finally managed to pull through, so quite appreciative. Member Schneemann, we were saying that you are excused because we know that unlike any other member, you only have one leg. So we're going to play that Eye of the Tiger song for you. So that you know, we can celebrate your triumph for finally arriving. So we're just waiting for the officials, and then we'll resume. Yeah. So we'll move with a bit of speed. Yeah. There we go. So let's take the next one. Has Matt definitely left us? We also wanted to be a Judy. We are preparing these young women so that tomorrow they can follow suit. They will know what goes into these proceedings.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So it's okay. Our petitioners are there, so we're quite okay. So can we move? Yeah. Let's deal with this one. Olifantsfontein.
Thank you, Chair.
This is not the first time I come across this petition. It's okay. Just go through it.
Thank you, Chair. The last petition regarding roads and transport will be installation of traffic lights, Olifantsfontein, that is R562, and Plantation intersection registration PP08A0521LORT. The petitioner is Mr. Marvin Kisimusi Mapiri, another male who resides at 1056 Mandrel Crescent, Blue Hills, extension 15 in Midrand, submitting this petition on behalf of the concerned motorists that use Olifantsfontein Road, that is R562, and Plantation Road. The petitioner alleges that there are no traffic lights, otherwise known as robots, at the Olifantsfontein Road.
Maybe let's beam it. We really want petitioners to see it. So it would effectively mean we are starting from scratch. So it must be beamed. So please let's do it in that fashion.
Number 11, Caesar. City law. So the title is Installation of Traffic Lights, Olifantsfontein, otherwise known as R562, and Plantation Road intersection, registration PP08A0521LORT. Petitioner is Mr. Marvin Mapiri, another male who resides at 1056 Mandrel Crescent, Blue Hills extension 15 in Midrand, submitting this petition on behalf of the residents and concerned motorists that use Olifantsfontein Road and Plantation Road. The petition alleges that there are no traffic lights, also known as robots, at the Olifantsfontein and Plantation Road intersection. As per his account, fatal collisions have been reported and the intersection has become a high accident zone as a result thereof. He states that the accidents are due to inter alia, reckless driving as several motorists do not stop nor yield at the intersection. He indicates further to say that the number of fatal accidents at the intersection underscores the urgent need for government to install traffic lights. He states that they have alerted the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport. However, the matter has not received the necessary attention to date. In terms of progression, the committee received the submission and it was tabled and then referred to the City of Johannesburg and the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, and also to the referred to the Portfolio Committee on Roads and Transport for investigation and oversight on the 10th of June 2021. Up until today, Chair, we were still awaiting a report which has since been submitted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's invite the petitioners to give us an indication of whether that is the true reflection of the petition as they will have been submitted. Maybe let's start off with the introductions first so that we can record that formally, and then immediately thereafter you just give us an indication whether you are agreeable with what was presented there.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Mr. Marvin Kismos Mapiri, the lead petitioner. I'm a community leader and also chairperson of CPF in that sector. I'm here with the community member, Ms. Yotula. Chairperson, as submitted and outlined on the petition, yes, the allegations as outlined, they're still valid. But over and above that, Chairperson, I don't want it to be just an emotional or just an ordinary submission. I just want to indicate that this is a very factual and realistic. I just want to share the stats with you, Chairperson, so that you understand where I'm coming from. Between 2018 and 2019.
Maybe not now.
Not now. Okay,
I think,
thanks, Chair.
we'll
Noted.
come to that.
Okay.
We just wanted to get a sense whether you are agreeable with the contents
Agreed.
of the petition. Then we're going to invite, because with what you will have shared with us in the petition, we'll have referred it to the department to investigate and then prepare a report for us. So that report is outstanding. I'm not sure we have received it now, Mrs. So we have it now. Only now are we having it. So that the DDG, or again that the Ramohwas, I'm not sure which one of you is going to lead us on this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that the Ramohwas will still lead us. And then we'll immediately after the response empower you to speak to the other issues. Sure.
Okay, thanks again, Chairperson. Yes, the department is aware of the Blue Hills intersection issue. It is a hazard, and we duly conducted an investigation of what could be the problem, and took into consideration the community's suggestion for a traffic signals installation as a proposed solution. Let me just outrightly state that the way the intersection is designed, there are two other traffic signals quite close together around that shopping center, I think. And our standards will sort of discourage us from introducing another because they'll be too close together. And if you have traffic signals in a space less than 500 meters, you tend to introduce the issue of, well, I'll call it congestion, but what generally happens is that when they are timed and there's too much capacity, you'll have a platoon of cars coming, wanting to access the second traffic signal, and when it closes, all the other signals are jammed because of the platoon. So we were quite hesitant to take that outright as a proposed solution. And the second thing that we determined about that intersection is that there is an access. It's a fully constructed access. But again, I'm speaking under correction. According to our standards, that's an illegal access, and that's what causes problems. So we in this case.
What do you mean? Maybe elaborate for us, because when you say access, we are not understanding as the committee.
Yes, pictures would have done it, but I'll try and attempt to give a mental picture of what's happening. There are cars that move, that wants to get into the mall. Others are coming from the yes. It's a shopping center or a mall around that area. Is that
Can I assist?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chairperson. The shopping center that you are referring to, I think, is Blue Hill Shopping Center.
Yeah.
Because the traffic signal is at African View Road and R562, the road that we're referring to now, which is Olifantsfontein Road. And the distance from there to R55 and Summit View / R562, it is way more than 500 meters. So maybe you might need to advise this committee, what exactly are you referring to? Because I'm also confused as it stands.
Well, you did mention that you are speaking under correction.
Yes, what I meant is when I'm seeking under correction, I was talking about the actual accesses that are there. But it looks like from the information that we have, the location that we went in investigation might be a bit off the mark. So that really puts another...
There we have it. Is that the one we're projecting there?
Yes.
Yes, that's the one next to Alzu. Thanks.
Yeah, no, Chairperson, yeah, I think we have a
We will have gone to a different
to,
one.
to a different location, yes.
Okay.
So my report is based on, and my apologies, yeah, my apologies for that. I think it's completely, so the report that I'm going to give you will be based on
Okay.
the different locations.
So maybe let's do this.
Yeah.
In light of that development, because I wouldn't want us to spend too much time when we don't have a report on it. We've got a report on something else.
Yes.
And like I said, there was something else about somebody having raised a petition requesting installation of, what are those things, Mr. Road Engineer? No, not those things. Humps, speed humps. Somewhere, similar road. It's a different petition, of course. So my worry that they,
Yes, Chair, if I can assist you.
it's still you.
Yes, it's still me. The road that we discussed in 2019
Yes.
is African View and R55.
Oh.
It's on the other side towards Olifantsfontein Plaza.
Yeah, I recall that one.
Yes.
I
It's
think
also outstanding. And by the way, I did send you some email that you can go through maybe after this sitting.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then his report is on this intersection.
Okay. So I want us to come to an agreement, unless if that the DDG, we can still rationalize with the situation, even when we have not necessarily gone on site. If that is not the case, I would suggest that we arrange Lebon Tate Mapiri. Ne? Arrange Tate Mapiri. Ke mme nokuthula or yokuthula? Siyokuthula.
Siyothula.
Oh, Siyothula. Okay. I thought I had Nokuthula. Le bomme Siyothula. Wa utlwa Ntate Ramokgwasa? What do you want to suggest? Members, you will assist me. Ne? You will assist me. I want to come with a solution. Because we might have erred in doing an inspection at the point which is the subject of the petition. I would suggest that we go back and cause for a necessary inspection of the actual site. But we do that jointly with the petitioners. I'm not sure whether, Member Shiniman, this is something that we can look into. Otherwise, we will also join in that joint inspection. So we've got what we call a rapporteur work. But we would then have to agree that the DDG, how soon that can be undertaken. And then we will allow the department to make reflections departmentally, and then again agree on the timeframes for when you can give us a report. So how soon do we think we can do that?
Monday.
Come again?
Monday.
Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah, Monday I was scheduled to go to Dobsonville, isn't it? Yes. So you will go there? You did say that you will go to Dobsonville? Yeah, no. Okay, I'll go to this site. At what time?
During peak traffic hours, that's the best time to be there. Between 6 a.m. and 8, or from 3 in the afternoon up until 6 in the evening. That's the best time to be.
Member Mabunda, you want to suggest?
Yes, I'm not necessarily opposed to the time, because I don't think it's our intention to go and observe or see whether there's traffic or not. Our interest is that the matter be resolved. I think the department can, for now, go on their own so that they have an idea of what will be needed. By the time we go there, they will just be giving us their intervention
Reflections.
reflection of what will need to happen, because I mean, looking at the intersection now as it's projected here, and if you know the road towards Deep Slot, there's somewhere someone is constructing a traffic circle there. I think similar intervention can assist the great deal, but that will be your discretion. Go there now. By the time we come on Monday, we should not be discussing the technicalities.
Okay, maybe
they will
yeah,
have done their
correct.
work. They just need to tell us this is what they are going to do.
Yeah, you see, it helps to have wisdom being shared. So we're now refining our approach. The department will go, but let's create room for the petitioners to also join in if they are so keen on joining the department. Then we speak on the turnaround time for at least a preliminary report on what your thought process is. And we're not saying you are going to install the traffic lights next week already. We're not saying that. But at least you will give us your preliminary views on what you think could possibly be the best intervention there after having seen it. Would that be workable? Ndate Mapiri?
No, 100%. We'll avail ourselves also.
Yeah,
We'll join the department.
Ndate Ramokgwazi already has a committed to say Monday they will go on site. I don't think it even requires that you go on peak traffic. You can go at any given time, really. But that arrangement will be between yourself and the department. You go. So that you speak to it or speak to the other issues that you will have observed. Then the department, we normally, because we are guided by legislation, we normally would give them a month for them to give us a report. So would not want to shift from a month. So effectively, where are we now? Oof. We're on the 25th of November. 26th of November. I want to accommodate a degree of flexibility. When do we think we could have a preliminary report? It could be a pager or two.
No, that's usually after an observation, 24 hours. Yeah, 24 hours we have a report ready. That's the.
You excite me. You know, you say that, I become all excited. So that's doable. So let's do it in that fashion.
Okay.
Signed off, yes, signed off. I got just a piece of paper with letters in it. We want that it must have followed, at least the DDG said it would be sufficient. I guess it's not a final, it's an updating, if you will, report, status report on this, issue around your inspections and preliminary thoughts on it. Obviously, you might still have to canvass it through your chain processes in the department. We are not saying that, but just your preliminary, including what some of the suggestions that will have been raised by the petitioners themselves. Ne? And then whilst on it, you can still have a discussion about the African view. So this will be on the side of that inspection. The issue around the hams, Medevni will be there. Again, yeah. So can we agree on that approach? Is it workable?
Yes, no, it is workable. But if I listen very careful on the response to say that they can get a report within 24 hours, at the same time I'm asking myself, why did it take so long for the report to be produced? I mean, if the turnaround time is within 24 hours, maybe we could have even avoided to come here if this issue was resolved before we even come here. I'm just trying to check whether, because I hope that if maybe there's a correspondence sent to the department will look into it and give us feedback as the community, rather than to avoid unnecessary frustrations, on the part of the community. And also to save life, because if you're talking about the intersections that we're referring to, Chair, the reason why we're here is about saving life. Now, as I'm sitting here, or all of us sitting here in this committee, there might be an accident that is occurring. We don't know whether the victim will survive or not. Something that could have been avoided, you know. So I just want all of us to think in that line to say, let us avoid the repeat of what is happening now, because we have solutions amongst ourselves. Why don't we act at speed and deliver as required and or expected of us on different responsibilities that we have, you know, because the community expects us to deliver. Even ourselves, when we walk out of here, we're going back to the community and give them feedback and say, this is what the department is saying. So we don't want to give them lip service at the end of the day. You know, they want to see results. That is what matters to them. It's not about what the department is saying. They want to see results on site. Thanks, Chair.
Perhaps at Siyotula?
I'm covered, thank you.
You are okay. So I'll just quickly try to rationalize. So ordinarily a report might take a bit longer. So this is a comprehensive report as against an update report. So what we are now requesting, which, you know, as I stated, would come within the next 24 hours, well, from when the inspection will have been undertaken. It's just a status report. But ordinarily, when you have to cause for certain interventions, you might find that there are also procurement-related processes which must unfold in the department. Then you will know the bureaucracy of, you know, the state. You know, it must be approved by one committee, goes to another, sign off, DDG, director. You know the likes. You know, so it goes through a whole a chain of a command up until, you know, it is ultimately responded to. And nowhere am I suggesting that these delays are okay, because you are quite correct in that, Mapiri. People's lives are at risk. So no sooner we can cause for urgent interventions that the DDG, the better, so that we have had what is being described there. Because as it stands, and I can only imagine what would have militated, you know, when that them appear, to even write up a petition. It would have been on the account of what they would have observed, you know, as being a fatal accident on that road, which needs urgent attention. So if we can do that, I think that will spare us a lot of pain, including from the community. Ne? So let's agree on that approach. Member Ledwaba, you want to say something quickly?
I'm agreed with what you have said, but I just wanted to raise this concern that whilst we agreed that there was an error, but I think it must be stated, Chair, with this kind of a behavior or a situation, it is unnecessary and uncalled for, so that we do not have a repeat of this again next time. It shows high level of incompetency, if I were to say the least, that you receive a petition, you work on the petition for years, only to find that you are working on a wrong area of that particular petition. I think it must be condemned, Chair, so that we do not have a repeat of that, because it reflects back on us as well, that we are working on something that is not actually what we're supposed to. And lastly, Chair, maybe in terms of our own internal processes, if we have adopted a petition and we send it to the department, are we not by any way sharing the contact details of the petitioners? But otherwise, I'm agreed with the approach in everything. That's an area that I just wanted to establish.
Are you not sharing?
The contact details of the petitioners.
Yeah,
After having adopted the
we attach. We actually attach the summative version of the petition, including with all the contacts, so that if the department may deem it fit to interact, they would still be able to do that. But I agree with Member Ledwaba. I mean, it shouldn't happen the way it happened. But all things considered, is that you do come across instances where there may have been inadvertent errors, and I would suppose that this is but one of those errors. And the reason why I'm stating that is that we have dealt with the department previously. We have never had such a banking. And one could almost imagine that it might have referred to another petition, which you then mistook for the present one. But because I will have just formulated on the best course of action, we'll then be able to urgently deal with that aspect. Unless if you would want to explain yourself on what you were responding to or what would have guided the inspection at a wrongful site. Maybe let me not make suppositions. Would there be an explanation?
Yes, there is. But let me start by apologizing for the error. There is an explanation. I think for the past 3 weeks, we were reminded with emails from councillor, I forgot the name of the councillor, of that intersection, Olifantsfontein and Plantation Road. But it specifically spoke about that which we went and investigated. So the error was that along R55, there are several interactions, including these ones that we reported on, that have problems. And I think in my recollection, I remember there was an interaction between the petitioner and Mr. Begi Chabalala. I might be wrong there.
Who do you know who the ward councillor is?
Yes, the ward councillor is Lerato, but she was not directly involved in the petition. The last I spoke to Mr. Begi Chabalala, it was in 2019. The last time that we met. The report that was signed by the MEC to this standing committee, it was also submitted in December 2019. So after that, we have never received any feedback. That's about like 2 years ago.
Yes. No, I agree, and I completely apologize for that, because including this one, it was a stretch of interactions along the same road. So when we did a preliminary inspection on this one and others, we might have mistaken the plantation one that I'm reporting on with the African view one. So
okay.
Yeah, my apologies for that.
It's okay. The only thing that we might have to strengthen, that the DDG, is just ensuring that there's a communication between yourselves and communities which raises, similar issues, including when we refer to yourselves. Just make it a habit that you proactively interact, so that there are no misnomers. And that seems to be the issue here, that there might have been a breakage in communication. So if we can just strengthen that, and that is why earlier on I was suggesting that maybe when we do the inspection, let's say invite the petitioners to do it jointly with them. But if there's any other that we know of that relates to the same road, let's also flag them, so that we don't deal with one issue today and would still have to come back and deal with another one, the following day. Let's deal with all of them, and you will find that, we'll have spent our time more worthwhile. You wanted to say something, Member Schneemann and Member Mabunda?
Thanks, Chair. Just to indicate, I got a message from a friend of mine with a notice that was sent out by Mr. Mbapiri. So I've got it on my phone here, and I wasn't sure what this was about. And this friend of mine called me, lives in the area. And I'm just raising it because what he did indicate to me is that apparently a lot of the residents are quite edgy and not too happy about the manner in which this has been handled. They've been waiting a long time, etc. And he called me to say, can I try and find out? And this thing was talking about a petitions hearing, but it had a different address. But obviously now I've realized it's the same thing when I was looking back at the message. So all I'm saying is that I think this thing must be handled with speed. What does worry me, and what does concern me though, for whatever reason, this doesn't seem to have been handled in the manner that the previous petition that we heard before lunch was handled. Because in that previous petition, the department knew the community members well, they'd met on site a number of times. So I'm not sure why it wasn't handled in the same way. My other concern is, that I think they must go back to the office of the MEC, because there's a letter here we've got that was being flouted there just now, signed off by the MEC, so they've got the MEC to sign off on something incorrect, and that needs to be corrected as well. It's just a concern that I have. But I think this must be handled with speed, because from what I understand, residents are not happy in that area. That's my understanding. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so Member Mabunda, and then we'll wrap.
No, Chair, I wanted to say Olifantsfontein Road, it's a long stretch of road. So there's any possibility that you might mistake one of the intersections as being referred to rather than the other one. So my view is that there's no need to defend a mistake has happened. Let's allow the processes you've suggested to unfold. Let's resolve the issue. I think there's an understanding that as they go to do an inspection, they must exchange details with the petitioner so that they are sure exactly that this is the point that the petitioner is referring to. And then the matter will find its rest.
So I want to leave it at that. Let's not labor it any further than we have. So you have a date that they appear, that they are. And let's go back to Yang Siotula. Why the way we don't want those things. Just focus on the road and the intersection. Please just focus on the intersection. So it's okay. Maybe let's. So this one we are not letting it off. Ne? We are not letting it off from our radar. So we'll still monitor it, that they are pending the outcome of the report, isn't it? And then we might even do, depending on the report, we'll then map out, the next steps. We might have to, at some point, call the department together with the petitioners. Is that workable?
No, that's fine. Noted. Thanks.
So thank you very much. Come again. Oh, so my team wants to know, when you say 24 hours from Monday, when is it? Wednesday? Wednesday.
Yes.
So we'll have a report on Wednesday. And I think we can also share the report with our petitioners. So thank you very much, Ndate Mapiri. And we must apologize as this committee for this banging. It does happen from time to time that somebody might report erroneously. But yeah, it's one of those things. So please, also express our apology to your community that there was this thing, but we will have attempted to resolve it in that fashion. Ne? So thank you very much to yourselves as well as the department. I got a salam around at the DDG. Really will.
Yes,
so let's leave it at that. Are we agreeable, members? Yes. Okay, we agreed. So let's step off that one. Let's we'll go to another one. So thank you very much to the department for availing themselves. And make sure that the letter written by the MEC is addressed to the relevant parties. So it might not be when that them appear. So the letter, members might still be relevant. Safe to say that it deals with another point, raised by somebody else. So yeah, I just thought that needed to be clarified as well. So Lele will again. Counsel, you are very quiet today. My counsel. Begin a lawyer. Who's coming in next? Date naman. Who can date naman? Oh. And so, what are we dealing with? Education. Oh, you are sitting right far at the back. We want to see you. I hope your reports are spot on. They are not addressing what has not been raised here. You see. So thank you very much for presenting yourselves. I'm the chair of the committee, Ezra Lutswalo. If we can just quickly do quick introductions on the part of, let's start with the petitioners and we'll go to the department. In any language, maybe I must just remind everybody that we have got interpreting channels. There's about 5 of them. So for those who may prefer English, we're on channel 1. For those who may prefer translation in Afrikaans, we're on channel 2. For those that may prefer translation in isiZulu or isiXhosa, we're on channel 3. It's on these gadgets, ne? So you just you put them on, and then you set the channels. I get it. Maybe Tracy will just demonstrate how that is done. And then for those who may want the translation in Sesotho or Setswana, we're on channel 5. And then for Chivenda as well as Chitsonga, we're on channel 5. Yeah, channel 5. So those are our channels. And then Ronaldintate Molo Muhlombe on my right, far right, who is doing sign language. Yeah, so we remain as appreciative for that intervention as well. Okay, yeah, just assist them if they're tuning in Zulu, so that they can follow the proceedings and we are not amiss. Okay. So qala ngawe papa. Sachazela ukuthi nina ngabobani amagama wenu. Angithi masiqeda so ya ku department nabo basichazela ukuthi babuya kuphi ngibabobani. I designation yabona ini. Angithi okay, let's go.
Ke qala ka ho dumedisa pele bontate. Ke Namani Simon Namani a hlangwana Orange Farm. Sekolong se bitswang Aha Thuto sa secondary.
Moski morile vela nna ke re ke a o impressa. And that then man, I was trying to impress you with my Zulu. But it's okay. Let's move on to the next.
Thana kunibulisa nonke sonke leadership. Mina ngigama lami nguTshepo Ndlalane from Ward 3 Orange Farm, community leader.
Sanibonani lonke. Igama lami nguMusayo Nkosi Shabalala from Orange Farm, community leader assist babnamane kule ishabhekene nayo.
Let's go to the department quickly.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Petition Standing Committee. Good afternoon to everybody. If I've said morning, I would apologize. It's in the afternoon. Good morning, officials, and also people who are the petitioners. My name is Vuyani Mpofu. I'm the DDG responsible for education support in the Gauteng Department of Education. I'm with my colleagues. On my immediate right, I've got Hudson Baloi, who is the Chief Director responsible for the infrastructure programs in the department. And on my far right, I've got Peter Swanepoel, who is responsible for resource planning and property management as a director in the department Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ndate Mpofu. I've been wondering where you were. Ndate Mpofu. 1 minute you are with sports, the other, or did they borrow you from sports?
Just jokingly, I asked Member Chabalala, I'm just saying jokingly. No, I was deployed when the HOD post was still vacant and being advertised. Now it's filled at sports. I'm back in education.
Oh,
thanks.
Okay. So they had loaned you there. All right. So can we then have like the petition? I hope our communities are listening. I know we're streaming on YouTube. And that is why from time to time we'll break the ice and pass a joke or two so that our session is not too monotonous because it might bore the viewers at home. So there we have it. Can we quickly go through it?
Thank you, Chair. The title of the petition is Eviction Orange Farm, registration PP 20C 1017 LOED, and the petitioner is Mr. Simon Namani, an adult male who resides at 12211 extension 7B Orange Farm. The petitioner alleges that he has been residing at number 12211 since 1990 and that there was a vacant land next to his house. He also alleges that a school was constructed next to his house without notifying him nor moving him to an alternative stand. Instead, a fence was built around the school and his house, which resulted in his house being inside the schoolyard. He further alleges that the school principal now wants to evict him and claims that the house belongs to the department. In terms of progression, the petition was tabled and adopted, and it was then referred to the Department of Education and the City of Johannesburg for investigation and reporting, and also to the portfolio committees on education and cocktail and human settlements for oversight in November 2017. And then the department submitted a report on the 7th of December 2017, which was subsequently forwarded to the petitioner on the 8th of December. In which the department was committing to respond accordingly to the petitioner's request. And then the petitioner responded by indicating his satisfaction that the DOE is responding accordingly with regard to alienating a portion of the property for his benefit. And since then, Chair, you will recall that you had engagement offline engagement with the MEC or his office, who then promised to submit a report on the commitments that were made during the hearing which was held in the legislature at the auditorium, wherein they indicated the difficulty in alienating the portion, however indicating that they will then engage with the municipality, that is the City of Joburg. So today, Chair, we've made numerous attempts to get that particular report. We have never received it to date. Thank you.
Where's our report?
Apologies, Chair. The report on
We want our report. Where's our report?
We have submitted the response in terms of the petition for the ownership of the property.
It's okay. So it's okay. So unlike all other petitions, we would not do it the same way because at some point the department did admit that there was that challenge in that Naman. I get badu mates or on I get. Then they committed or would look into an option of alienating the portion of land. So the only thing that was outstanding was a report from the department. So we're going to invite the department to navigate us through what the status of this petition is now, as against what they will have earlier committed to considering as part of the intervention on this petition. So can we request the department, Ndadembov, to just take us through your report, give us an indication where we are now? Because this is a long-standing matter. Do we have the report of the department? Can we flag it? Yeah, then there's the technicality of the report not being signed. You will then have to explain why that is the case, because ordinarily as the committee we don't do that, because it means it's not a statement of commitment. It might be something which is a tentative, which is a dangerous phenomenon for the committee to even entertain. Ordinarily, we work on the account of signed off reports. But be that as it may, because you are on record, you are going to commit the department, such that they will follow through on whatever that you will state here. So please make sure that whatever that is being reported is quite accurate, spot on. So maybe let's allow you, DDG, to just take us through.
Thanks once more, Chair and committee members. Indeed, this is a long-standing issue, starting from 2017 up to now is 4 years. But that doesn't mean that there have been no engagements, as you've correctly indicated. One of the things that we also did, as we had reported in the past interactions with the committee, was that we would engage the city of Johannesburg, which is the custodian of that area, to assist us in terms of subdividing the portion, because it's a portion that has been zoned for education, for educational community facility, and therefore it would be appropriate that whatever we do, it must be something that has been fully approved by the city of Johannesburg. Indeed, we did write a letter to them to indicate, that letter was written by our HUD to the city manager on the 8th of March this year on that request. The response or the issues that were raised by the city of Johannesburg was that in terms of that land, that portion of the land, they had also advertised it to ensure that people would want to utilize that, or in the subdivision, they would want everybody to comment. And one of the things that they also indicated in their investigations, they indicated that there's no entitlement for the petitioner for that land, meaning therefore that there are no documents that they can find that would say that part in which he is occupying the land is his, which becomes an issue now that is Johannesburg issue. Remember, at some stage we had, as a department, indicated that we would want to assist the petitioner in ensuring that he gets an alternative space of land where he can occupy. But one of the issues that was indicated was that the portion, if we're talking about an RTP house as an example, it is not a house that will be suitable for the petitioner, because he has got other things that he's doing at the current site, and therefore it becomes a difficult proposition on our side, because the land is owned by Johannesburg. We have even asked them to assist us in terms of registering it under our own name, and I think our colleagues will also add on that issue. I will ask Mr. Baloy and Peter, because those are the people who have been much involved in the day-to-day discussions on this matter with Johannesburg. Yeah.
Okay. I just want to quickly check, have we kept Ntate Namane abreast of all of these developments or engagements? Have we at any stage interacted with him so that he's not left in the dark? And also try to ascertain from his part how he will have come to settle on that portion of land. Then the second thing I would have wanted to ask as well. You see? And as I grew up, I had been accustomed to schools having some odd house that would be around the precinct or premises of the school. And would always be told, or no, caretaker. You know. Could that arrangement be something that we can look into? And I'm not in any way imposing a solution. We're asking as the committee whether that is not something that is doable, even that then Amani could be comfortable with it, you know. Because while I appreciate, I mean, the other engagements about look into whether, you know, there can be an application for an RDP. The reality is that the department does not control that variable. It resides elsewhere, you know. And you then have got a series of processes that would have to be undertaken, ultimately leading to him being accorded or allocated a house. So we don't want to bank on something which is uncertain. But we would really want to deal with what is really possible under the circumstances, you know, particularly with the discovery now, the revelations by the city in stating that they would have advertised. So, and this is the confusing part, because on the one hand, we say we build a fence, a schooling perimeter, even around his house. And then later we go and engage the city around the perimeter, which as the department will have already covered as belonging to the department. And it confuses me in that why would the department do that, even when it's commonly known on your part that that portion at least was not even belonging to yourselves, but the city. Why was that the case? You know? And by virtue of including his house within the parameter of the school, what would have been the thought process at the time? Was it that we would later evict him? So there's that miasma, that this one that we are not understanding. Because if you had come to the realization that it's not his, and neither is it yours, why else would we put up a parameter around his house? As if it constitutes the premises of the school, when it actually belongs to the city. So I'm not understanding that part. So that's so that this one was going to explain other things. Maybe we'll allow members to come in immediately, you know, after you will have had your input.
Right. Thank you, Chair. Yes, unfortunately, it is a scenario in quite a couple of our schools in the province where there is a bit of a disjunction between the boundary lines, or what is perceived to be the boundary lines of the school and where the fence would run, versus the actual cadastral boundaries of the site. So in my understanding, this is one of those scenarios where it was understood that the school premises was one area. So after the petition, the attempts that was made by the department was then for the property ownership issues to be resolved first of all, so that unfortunately that's also a scenario where a lot of the schools in the province is either on properties that's owned by municipality or that's owned by national government. And it's quite a long process that we are trying to resolve so that all of those properties become properties owned by the Gauteng provincial government. So our initial attempt with the city of Joburg was that they would then subdivide that property and allocate the portion on which the school is currently built on to the Gauteng provincial government, so that there's then a clear distinction between where the current where the boundary lines as per the fence of the school is currently. The response that was received from the city of Joburg then was that would not be possible because they have already gone through the process of advertising the land regularization process, and that no claim was made to that property at that time. So what we have then done, the 8th of March letter that DDG Mpofu was referring to, was to request the city of Joburg then to transfer the whole property to the provincial government. And then after that is handed over, the provincial government can then make the further determination as to resolving the property issues. So officially at this point in time, we are still awaiting for feedback, but we have received an informal updates from the city of Joburg, where they are confirming that they are following two processes at the moment. The one is for the permission to occupy to be issued to the Gauteng provincial government, so that in a sense is then regularizing our occupation of that site. And then the other process is for them they are currently busy with getting evaluation of the site, which is part of the process to transfer the property to education or to the provincial government. So it seems like the city of Joburg is in agreement. They are following the processes. So we are expecting for that in due course to be concluded, and from then on, the further processes can be followed. Thank you, Chair.
Le sa utlwile ntate?
Yeah.
Yeah. Be le batla ho bolela?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for this opportunity. No, man, we are not happy at this stage. As literally the committee, it's been 4 years. Actually, I can't understand because chairperson of committee has raised the issue of charity, including Tatenamani, without consulting. Actually, if you are not even putting a petition, then never but able land the city of Johannesburg. Never do this, never in Kilebona. And now quality charities never who is the real owner of that yard. So Runa, now we are putting a petition as the way now the Kaloma Tabarno, the land kia city of Johannesburg. And again, Leona city of Johannesburg, Rebona in Almatata, because Ntate Saduti Mole for over 30 years, and is running his business in that yard. So people, they know that yard, or into a Tusangba, Tukadi Tent, Tekadi Tulo, Aunalima, Funta, Tebaya, committees nanning, Silole Laoyo, no renta, Secadi Tulo, Ritu Secadi Tent. Now, Rally problem or no, Tato Atusas Chavaso, Satlotlamela, Kolokan, Kamabakaso are really well. So this boat, this department, actually, if city needs it's supposed to approach Tatemanaman or Tatenaman, what is the way forward in this? Because Rabon or Sonalina cannot do thing. So 30 years of plaking Uyona is not easy, and Sintoka Chenchilam Rao. So we need a way forward 30 years. So Kibona Karno Hutilam Rao again, because now see family good department in go province. Now it's another time. And the Lavon Tatenaman is getting old worse, and we are frustrated. Leron are frustrated on the ground. Karno, we are sitting, we don't do nothing. So it's very frustrating, this issue. I get to see how going to sit as a committee and assist us in this issue. You need to add.
Ogunya bengathanda ukuveza but kuyangimangaza kakhulu ukuthi ungamkhipha kanjani umuntu endaweni ekungasi yakho and nokuthi ama-principal angene lapha achintshane kaningi ubewangekho aware ukuthi indawo leyana akusiyawo so kuyabonisa ukuthi kune-problem esirious lapha ngaleya ndawo because ngicabanga ukuthi before bazokhuluma nobaba Namana bekufanele ngabe isikole sibe aware ukuthi indawo le akusindawo yabo babize umnikazi wendawo ubaba Namana akhulume nomnikazi wendawo but bona bakwazile ukuthatha isinqumo ngobaba Namane endaweni engasiyabo so still nabo bane problem baba Namana nayo yendawo so angazi ukuthi into engathiwani but the way ngibona ngakhona ngibona baqekele phansi isithunzi kakhulu sababa Namane bambone njengomuntu omdala bamthatha light ukuthi bangayenza noma ngabe yini because babonisa ukungamhloniphi I don't think ukuthi umuntu momhlonipha ungamkhipha endaweni engasiyakho yabo
Ora le wanda de Chavalala. Whose land is this? I want to ask this question because at some point we said Joburg. Is it Joburg? Joburg, yes. Then Joburg said no, it's the Department of Education. Then the department said DID. Then there's just been a rigmarole. Whose land is this?
Chair, it belongs to the city of Joburg. Chair, if you allow me, maybe I can give some context. And maybe to start off, Chair, by apologizing to the committee, particularly on the question that you asked before you went off the Chair, in relation to a direct communication linked at Namani about the progress of the petition. Chair, there has been some work that has been going on behind the scenes in relation to resolving the issue. We are correct that when we received the petition, we referred it to DID ordinarily because they are the custodian of government property. But in doing that exercise or investigation as requested by the committee, we then discovered that, in fact, in the deeds office, the property does not belong to Gauteng provincial government. It belongs to the city of Joburg. However, the school...
Just wait there. Let's pause there. So we then pick up that this land belongs to not GPG, but the city of Joburg. Which portion? Does it also include your portion? So even your portion belongs to the city of Joburg?
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, you may proceed.
So Chair, when the farm was converted into a township establishment, so when the stands were subdivided, if you imagine that Orange Farm, as it known, was a citrus farm before it was a residential holding. So it had stands allocated for a number of households, but because of those number of households, it meant that you needed a school to supplement for the needs of schooling as a result of those numbers of households. When the city then did the subdivision of those stands for households and schools and clinic and so forth, the entire site was allocated as a site that was zoned for education, including the portion that the petitioner's house is located within. We then did an investigation, Chair. The total extent of that portion is just over 5.7 hectares in totality, including the portion where the house is. Chair, there's also a crèche that was operating, but I don't want to go into detail in terms of that. But the issue, Chair, is that when we then did those investigations, because as requested by the committee, we had written to DID as the custodian to try and get a subdivision so that the school at least could be separated from the household or the residential dwelling. That's when we discovered that, in fact, no, that transfer could not be initiated because in totality, that whole site belongs to the city of Joburg. Hence, Chair, when you then said that the other solution may be like in other arrangements in township schools predominantly, where you've got a house with a caretaker and a school operating from, the house being independent from the school. That's why, Chair, on the 8th of March, we wrote that letter to the city of Joburg to at least give us, as the user department, permission to occupy, Because even if we are wanting to do renovations at the school, including that subdivision, it will be dependent on that permission. So the current process, Chair, is that there is those town planning requirements to get it advertised and get people comment on that. And hence, when I started, I said maybe the one thing in the progress that has been done has not been the direct communication in Tatenamani about that process to get it to be given permission to occupy from Gauteng provincial government. Then we can look into the other arrangements that will be linked to the subdivision of the property.
Member Mabunda, you want to come in?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I think it will be difficult to find a solution to the petition for now, as the custodian of the land is not here. The city of Johannesburg is not here. Actually, when you started with the construction or with a building of the school, you did not have the permission to occupy.
Through you, Chair, no, we didn't.
Yes.
In fact, Chair, the number of schools that that are township schools, when they were built, they belonged to the local government sphere, because they would have been land parcels in townships. So that whole land parcel belongs to the city, although the provincial government would have made an investment for the asset that is in that property, but it still belongs to the city of Joburg.
Yes, the fact it's the property that you are occupying now, or where the school is built, it still belongs to the city of Johannesburg. So you have no authority over the piece of land now.
Correct.
Yes. So that's why I'm saying, as long we don't have the city of Johannesburg, we might not be able to resolve the situation, because there's no decision you can take without involving the city of Johannesburg. Is that correct?
Correct, Chair.
Are we together, Chair?
Yeah.
Because it might also, maybe through your counsel, maybe the lawyer can assist here. Because any subdivision of the piece of land can only be done through the approval or the authority of the city of Johannesburg. As the custodian of the land, they must authorize that subdivision, never mind the fact that they are going to do the subdivision as the city. They are the custodian of the land. It's them who must first agree that the land can be subdivided. That's why they mention a process that it's open to the public. No one has the right to that process. Because once you are advertising, any person can apply for occupation of that land.
You're correct, Chair. Or can raise objections.
Can raise objections.
You're correct.
Yes. So meaning, Chair, maybe for us to resolve this petition, if it's fine with everybody, we need both the City of Johannesburg and the Department of Education. Because I think the challenge could have started when you started building a school, finding a property there, and you fenced the property inside your school without first dealing with ownership of the property. Because now the petitioner is alleging that you closed him in, and correctly so, it's not your property or your land. So you have no right to evict the petitioner because it's not your land. So I think for us to resolve this issue, Chair, we need the City of Johannesburg to be present in a meeting so that they also answer on their part, insofar as how it happens that they give the Department of Education the whole piece of land, knowing that there's someone staying there, or they can also provide an alternative piece of land if that land will be zoned or is zoned for education. Thanks.
Yeah, in fact, I was asking the team whether we interacted with the city of Joburg. But unfortunately, that was not the case because we were assumed that the department is the owner of this land, parcel. So yeah, even going through the emails that you have sent, Mr. Swanepoel, I'm not sure who's TK. Yeah. So we're going through that. I just want to quickly check something before you come in, Member Lebon. Ntate Namane o nna le manku. Le dula le mang Ntate Namane? Or Rulalaba? Okay. So that's another complexity then that involve. And by the way, I'm agreeable with the approach that member Mabunda is suggesting. That we may have to sit around the table with the department. I mean, rather not the department, the city of Joburg. To try to see how best that situation can be managed. Because there's been this banging, you know, and all the points that you are making, that the Mabunda, of posturing, if you will. So you erect the boundaries around the what is not even yours. And want to cause for the eviction of somebody who's just in the same position as yourselves. Well, except that you might have had some permission from the city, but be that as it may, all things are leveled up. I mean, the situation presents the same. You know? Ndate Lidwala?
Thanks, Chair. We are definitely learning that the department can continue with building a structure in an area that belongs to the municipality. We are learning that there could be a rezoning without the municipality. It goes back to what I said, Chair, yesterday, that when it is done by me, it is an illegal occupation or land evasion. But when it's done by officials, it is not deemed as such. This is a typical example. If you look at the report, the attitude of the department around 2019, they were very hostile. Actually, even now, Mr. Rondebult did indicate that Mr. Namani did not have papers to show that is his place. But surprisingly, even themselves, they do not have anything. And on the basis of that, they became arrogant. And that hostility is shown further because they wanted to evict him around 2019. If they had papers, they would have long evicted him. Now tell me, what would cause Johannesburg not to evict the department? If that is the attitude, because the department has illegally occupied that land. Do we countenance that when it's the department? But when it's done by an ordinary person like myself, you are subjected to all this humiliation. The same humiliation that is still subjected to Mr. Namani at this point in time, 4 years down the line. It can't be correct. It can't be correct. It can't be correct. Can I ask, because you said Orange Farm, you know, the kind of that area. The other 6 schools that we made reference of, are they in the same predicament? Or is just only the schools that are affected by a situation where the department has built a school on a land that does not belong to them? Or is this the only exception? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Member Mabunda. The issue here, I think Baloyi has indicated, is that around the 1990s or so, there were schools, how they were built in the townships. They were built on the basis that the land, they were properties of the municipalities at that time. And as we talk about the new laws, the Giyamas and so forth, they now dictate as to how the land should be utilized. And therefore, maybe just to indicate to Member Lidwala, we would apologize if we have been posturing as being maybe arrogant in certain instances. The land that the school was built on, it was built in 1990. The school there, during the time of the people who had just moved from the Mushenguville in Soweto. And therefore, when we always try to either make some upgradings, renewals in some of the schools, we realize that when we're asking for plans or for the approval of plans, at certain instances, it will be said that the land has not been proclaimed, as an example, in certain instances. Maybe just not to digress, Chair, we had even a similar problem when we were dealing with Norgeseg primary school. And the land that would be belonging at that time to the houses of, you remember your houses of representatives and House of Assemblies, they were they were given land in one way or another. And when we were trying to consolidate, now we realize that there are problems. But all in all, what I'm saying, Chair, the land that we used, it was given by the municipality as zoned at that time for educational purposes. So we did not just occupy a land that was not zoned for educational purposes at that time. So Balo, you will also elaborate on that issue. Thanks.
No, but DDG, I think there's a proposal that has been advanced here. Instead of further discussing something that is in essence not going to get us anywhere, I thought you were going to comment whether are you fine with us moving that direction, that in resolving this issue, let's get the city of Johannesburg on the table so that we don't talk past each other.
Agreed, Chairperson.
Okay. Tatenamani, okay. Do you want to go in or you want to go?
No, just a comment on top of what you've suggested.
Yes.
To say maybe the department can also speak to the principal. To say the principal must stop intimidating Tatenamani until this matter is resolved. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Now, Tatenamani and the team, there is a suggestion that is put across the table here. Can we check with you if it's fine with yourselves?
Ke kopa ho bua Chairperson hanyenyana ka taba ya jarete yane ya sekolo. Jarete eno ke fihlile mono ka 1990. Le ha ba tla before ba tlo checka jarete eno, ha ba ka batla ba tlo sheba ka hara ntlo ka mane hore ho dula ditshwene kapa ho dula eng. Ba fihlile ba beha sekolo mono, ba dintho tsa batho bana ba kontraka ne ba di beha mona ha ka mona. Hala ba fihla ke gola ba fihlile ka morao se ke na le 5 years ke dula mo sekolo ke a se fihla. Ke tlo tseba ka morao ka SGB ena hore mona ke jareteng ya sekolo. Ene matlo ana a orange farmer a ntse a kenywa ana mekuku ena ntse kena mo. Ene ho nona le jarete e nngwe ka kwana ya government. Jarete ene le mo tseleng ha o etswa sekontiri. Jarete ene motho ono wa mono ba le ba kopa ba bua le yena mono hore no ba tla lo mo batlela pleke ka kwana ba le ba montsha mono hobane ba etsa tsela hona moo. Ula tlontsa dula hona ya electricity kwana motho o ne ke na ke fihlile le bona mane orange farm.
Okay, ntatela man ona jwale be ke butsisa hore no taba ya hore no re emele or tšatši le re batlang go lokisa taba ye o be le masepala wa Johannesburg ba ba ona komitini le bona jwang, because ona a kere beng ba mobu a si ba gaileng sekolo mobu kwa masepala wa Johannesburg. So be re re no o kaone tšatši le re bolelang ka taba ye le masepala wa Johannesburg a be ona meeting o.
Ha ke tsebe komiti ke tsamaya le yona hore yena e re.
That's why be ke re no ba ka no thusa ba bolela o ka no ba fa mic ba bolele ba Paulo re ba e bona jwang.
Ngikale before mhlambe ngiphendule kuno ubaba akuhlayisile lapha mhlawumbe okungayenza ukuthi ngelinye ilanga siphinde sihlangane kanje ukuthi ingabe ikolo zonke ze-department zikule simo lesi esinje na, angibezwanga bobaba bayiphendula. And then okunye ukuthi mhlambe before ngiphendula lo mbuzo obuza ukuthi isizathu sokuthi bathu ubabnamane aphume emhlabeni okungasuwabo bekuyisiphi baze bafinyelele kuleso sinqumo. Kona kuyiqiniso ukuthi masikhuluma ngomuntu ongekho la angeke sibe nesisombululo ekuthiwa uyo umnikazi. Kufanele abe khona thithi masikhuluma abe ngaphakathi. Kodwa kuko konke lokho i-department kusamele ke izihlele kahle. Ayikho esimene si-right. Awukwazi ukuthi wena ufike uthola umhlaba noma ngabe unikezwe kanjani, into mayinikeziwe kufanele uyilandele ukuthi ihamba kanjani until uzobe rightful owner. But bona ababonisanga ukuthi banendaba, but ngiyathuka ngoba isikolo siyafundisa ukuthi abantwana sibafundisana if bakwazi ukwenza izinto ngendlela eso.
No man, siyabonga kule proposal ekhona. Ngiyazwakala? Okay. Siyabonga kule proposal ekhona, but nje kancane last we were sitting here we thought ukuthi today I think mesise eJoburg legislature sino MEC, and must know MEC shukuthi sinomuntu onepower ozokwazi ukuthatha ama decisions sama, but still sisabuyele move again. Lesikhathi side man ukuthi ngabe kudala kwenzekile ukuthi kutholakale that report. And enye into kakhulu chair esilimazayo baba mdala manjalo kancane makasibona bafethu ene thina simeleni yina ene thina silandelela iprocedure and kungayenzeki even namanje this report le proposal oyenzayo manje ukuthi ibe khona izothatha isikhathi ukuthi kutholakala isithi phezulu kwale situation esikhona manje samapolitiki ukuthi manje sekunet government entsha again, then sisazohlukumeza again about this issue. I don't know what to do, but ke ayikho into esizoyikhuluma ngoba indawo seyeka kamasipala waseJohannesburg. So kumele abe khona azokwazi ukubona ukuthi wenza kanjani ngoba naye uyiphathi yokufail ukuthi angalandeleli land yakhe ngendlela right. But the issue leyo ukuthi sesibuya ku MEC seside lesikhathi lesi sisilindile and akwenzakala next. Today we thought ukuthi at least maybe kuzaba ne way forward. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga. Siyaxolisa ukuthi today we can't find a resolution to the petition. But unfortunately, if the city is not here as the custodian and owner of the land, it will be difficult to find a resolution to the problem. Because if we are going to still go back to why the department did this or the department did not do this, it's not going to take us anywhere. Tatempofu was trying to explain in terms of how they are building schools. He gave an example of North Geseg, where they were building schools without that PTO, it's supposed to be given to them when they build schools, as of the latest legislation. But previously, they would just build school and claim that it's their school, and they will not have a register of assets that shows that this is their school, or it will not have registered as such in the register of deeds. But things are changing. So, and for this problem, I think what we need to do is to ask the the petitions committee staff to, within reasonable time, I don't think it must take more than a month. We must get the city of Johannesburg and get the Department of Education and with the petitions committee, sit around the table with yourselves and see if we can't find a resolution to the problem. Are we fine with that, the department? Are we fine with that? Are we okay, members? Which one? Okay. Uri ala tate or member le dwaba uri ala araba question ya or no ko Orange Farm. In the schools that you have built, is it only that school where you had a problem of having someone who will have had a property in the zoned school, in the zoned piece of land that you are supposed to build school, or did it happen more than once, or it's just this one only?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is not the only school. In fact, Chair, if you refer to our historic past, there were 4 systems that were in place, and the township schools were actually given to the custodianship was given to municipalities. So you remember that with Model C schools, it was given to governing bodies up until 1996, where that ownership was held. But in township schools, this is a phenomenon that is not only applicable to Ahatutu. It happens also in many other townships across the province. Thanks.
No, thank you. I think we've exhausted the discussion on this petition. Thank you very much, both yourself, the department, and Tate, and the team. The administrative staff will liaise with yourselves. Let's have a discussion again, not later than after or before a month, so that this thing must be resolved as a matter of urgency. It must be given that priority status. Yes, that.
No, I just agree with you. Speaks of time.
Yes, we must meet and resolve this issue within a very short space of time. It can't take 4 years as it has taken. It must be resolved as a matter of urgency. But otherwise, thank you very much. Can we go to the next petition?
Thank you, Chair. The next petition is titled Building of a School, Tsakane, Ward 84, registration PP 28B0817AD. And the summary reads as follows. The petitioner is Mr. Jabulani Makafula, an adult male who resides at 36762 Lulu Street, extension 17 in Tsakane. The petitioner alleges that there is no primary school in Ward 84, and as a result, their children have to walk a long distance to get to school. The petitioner also alleges that they have to resort to sending their children to neighboring schools, which is not ideal for their children. Furthermore, he alleges that he informed the ward councillor about the matter but did not receive a response. In terms of progression, the petition was adopted by the committee and referred to both the City of Ekurhuleni and the Department of Education for investigation and reporting, and also to the Portfolio Committee on Education for oversight on the 29th of September 2017. Up until today, Chair, we had still not received the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Buntate, can you confirm if this is the petition that you've submitted?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay, thanks. Your response, department?
Thank you once more, Chair. On the issue of the petition by Mr. Jabulani Makafula, we had indicated that in terms of that area, you recall that the petitioner is from Lulu Street in Tsakane. There are a number of schools in that area. Maybe let me indicate once more that in terms of the department in building schools, it depends on a number of issues, and part of that would be the availability of land in a particular area, the land that should be appropriate, meaning therefore that it must conform with the norms and standards for the construction of schools. We can indicate that in the area, for example, there are 6 schools, 3 in Tsakane and 3 in Tutuza. And remember, those townships are very close to each other. And the distances between, for example, if I can use Lulu Street, the distance between Lulu Street and each of those schools would be in a range of 1.1 kilometer to 2.3 kilometers in terms of learners walking. And therefore, the schools are appropriate because it's not about even the township that you are staying in. If there is a school nearby, whether you are in Tsakane or Thokoza, there's no reason that the school cannot accept or admit learners on the basis that you are coming from another township. Just to add, yes, we could see the numbers in those schools growing. And what we also did as a department, part of constructing schools, there's a school that was also built in Extension 22 in Tsakane. I think it was opened in 2019 to alleviate what would be called overcrowding, if that was the issue for that area. So the schools are available in that area, and that is the scenario in all our areas, whether you go to Soweto, you go to any area, where we realize that there's no school that is within a 5-kilometer radius, or we provide scholar transport for those learners so that they should not be inconvenienced. In this instance, we can say that in that vicinity, there are schools that are nearby. Maybe if I can mention some of those schools, and I think they will know them. We have got Lebone Primary School. We have got Nchabeling Primary School. We have got Vuyani Primary School, and this has got nothing to do with me as Vuyani Mpofu. And there's Edalinceba Primary, that is in Thokoza. There's Roseview, that is also in Thokoza. There's Sibonisiwe, that is in Thokoza. As I've indicated, even those schools are within a walking distance from the area that I would say is Ward 85, as the petitioners have indicated. Let me leave it there at this point in time, Chair.
Petitioners, that's the response from the department. Do you want to say something?
Yes, we want to say something just like the Mr. said that there are too many schools. Those schools are too far from our area. If you can even Google now, my address, the nearest school is Vuyane, which is 3 kilometers walk. And if you can take children's, grade R children's and ECD children's, it's not safe for them. And in Extension 14, which is Ward 85, they are using scholar bus transport, taking children to Thokoza. If you say it's a walking distance, why they are using transport today? Another question, you said Extension 22. Extension 22 is not Ward 84. It's too far. It's too far from us. And another one, the schools that you are saying, Lebone, it's too far. Maybe it's 5 Ks. Chabeleng is next to Lebone. It's 5 Ks. Vuyane is 2.5 maybe. Dalinceba is another ward, which is Ward 86. So it's too far again. So that's why we are saying we send a petition that we say we need a school in our area so that we can eliminate something like a transport wardens. You know, those people are controlling transport from 7 to 8 o'clock, which they are having many children to take care of that time. And many children, maybe close to 3 to 4 a year, they die for transport incident. Another challenge that we are having here is what is it? The traveling distance. What you have said, you have just Googled. Physically, if you can know it, you will agree with me that we need another school there. So your findings are wrong. Please, can you assist us, please?
No, Chair, I just saw these schools, all of them in Ward 84. I just realized something is not right.
Imam?
No, thanks, Chair. I've also seen this list of all the different schools. Just for information's sake, Mr. Makafola lives in Extension 17. So is it possible for the department to tell us, in terms of Extension 17, how far is the closest school to that particular area where he's staying from? And I think that's the area he's talking about. So just to understand, what is the closest school to Extension 17? And in terms of the department's norms, how do they work out? So if he's saying there's no school close by, in terms of the department's norms, how far away would a school be? Or should I, let me repeat that. What is the distance that would be accepted as a normal distance from a particular area for a school? Because they're saying that there's no school nearby, children have to use transport. So in terms of the department's norms, what do their norms say is an acceptable distance for children have to get to a school? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. So if there's an area and the nearest school is 2 kilometers away, is that within the department's norms? I'm not saying it's correct, but would that be in line with the department's norms? Or how do you work it out? How far away a school should be or how close it should be? That's the question I'm asking. Thanks.
Okay. Member Pitch? You're fine. Member Tom? Okay. Department, will you want to answer that? But also, I see, are you saying all the 4 schools, Libon and Chabeling and Vuyani, they are all in what, 84?
No. This is the Libon is in what, 85? 85.
And then Chabeling?
Chabeling is also what, 85.
And then
And Dalingebo is what, 86.
And Vuyani?
Vuyani is what, 83.
Okay, so there's no school at what, 84?
No school at all.
Okay. Department, can you assist?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Maybe just to reiterate what I had indicated, that in terms of the schools, or construction of schools, it's not based on a ward per se. It's based on the availability of land that we can utilize. And if I can talk about maybe the radius or the norm in terms of how far should a school be or from a particular residential area, I think I did indicate, just to indicate once more, that when learners have got to walk more than 5 kilometers, 5 or more kilometers from a residential area to a school, we provide scholar transport because we believe that it's far. And the reason some of these areas why we have got to provide that transport is on the basis, as I've said, that there might be no land where we can build a school, or even if there is land, in terms of the budget that we have as a department, it might not be available at that time. So we have got to say we transport. But one of the things that we also indicate currently as a department, if I can just go further, because it might not be answering what the practitioner is indicating. There are also areas where there are no, the informal areas as an example, where the land has not even been proclaimed for educational purposes, portion of that land. We normally would transport those learners because we believe that they've got a right to go to school irrespective of what other circumstances are. So I think on the issue that you have indicated on Makaful of ward, whether it's Ward 84 or 85, I think we'll also look into that issue. But in terms of our own understanding, is that those schools are nearby, they are within the 5 kilometer radius. And that's our understanding. Maybe I think Baloyi will also talk to those issues. Yeah, sorry.
As Baloyi assist, can you also, because you are mentioning two key things or primary factors that you consider in terms of a school, in line of what Member Schneemann had asked, in terms of the distance that you consider, which you are saying it's 5 kilometer walking distance. If it's more than that, you provide scholar transport. In terms of this area, Ward 84, is there no available land that you can build a school? Because I think you are saying land is one of the parameters or primary causes of consideration that you look into. And secondly, they are saying in that Ward 84, there's no school at all. And from how I understood him, but he can still further correct it, is that it's only one school that is probably 2.5 kilometers away from that Ward 84. The rest are 5 kilometers and above. I think you need to find each other around there with an understanding that, one, you are saying the 3 or 4 schools are located in Ward 84, and he's saying no. In Ward 84, there's no school at all. And you are saying, in terms of how you had said, you said most of these schools, it's between 1.1 and 2.3 kilometers apart from each other, or apart from the area that he's speaking to. And he's saying no, all these schools are far more than the distance that you are mentioning. So I think, as Mr. Baloyi speak, let's try and get closer to meeting the petitioner halfway. Thanks.
Just before you respond, a quick one.
Yes.
Of all these schools, is there a P5 school currently as things stand now? Of all the schools? I'm saying, you remember, you see the learnership. It was 2017. The last time. I'm saying, as things stand now, do we have a P4, P5 schools? One of these, is it having more than 2,000 learners? Or we don't know currently? What is the current situation in terms of enrollment?
Chair, I don't want to. We'll find that information. We'll have to provide you with that information. I can't give it at this point in time. Maybe just as Baloyi is also going to respond, I think I did also indicate that even around Tsakane, there was also another school that was built around opened in 2019, also to look at some of the issues of alleviating the issues of distances around those schools. I'm not saying, Chair, once more, that maybe there might be no need for a school. It depends on issues of budget and other things and availability of land. Maybe Baloyi will also speak into that. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, and I hear what you are saying. You are actually adding the issue of budget. And we had looked into the distance traveled and the availability of land. Of course, the fiscus need to be considered. But I wanted to check with you, and I thought we are getting closer to finding each other here in terms of, at the moment, and I hope you have received this petition for quite some time now. You have had it with you. So in the area of Ward 84, is there no available land?
Chair, if I may, not on the immediate chair. Hence, the school in Extension 22 was built. That was the closest piece of land that was zoned properly and also belonged to government in that area for schooling.
Okay. Let me put you on the point of correction. Extension 22 is too far. Maybe it's 8 to 10 kilometers away from our land. The areas that I'm representing today is Extension 14, 16, 17, 19, which is what? 83, 84, and 86. No, it is not just what 84 only. It's starting from what 83, what 84, and what 86. If you're demarcation, you can check it correctly. You will agree with me.
Okay, department, do you want some time to consider the request? I mean, there seems to be dispute in terms of what you thought it is and what the community think it is. And I take note of what you said in terms of the presentation as you were flighting it here, that schools are not built per ward. It's not every ward must have a school, but there's other considerations that you look into when you build schools. And now, and I will take it as an allegation, he's saying he represents Extension 14, 16, 17, and 19, which borders around 3 wards, 83, 84, and 86 and 87. 86. Yeah, and 86. 84. And 86, yes. Which borders around 3 wards. It's on your DDG.
Maybe if I can make a request, Chair, or a proposal that the department together with the petitioner undertake to go and look at the area very well, and we come up with an agreement of some nature, or we can come with our reports so that we can verify certain things, because in our quest, maybe as a department, would not want to see learners being disadvantaged in one way or another. I'm just making a request on that.
Fair enough, petitioner. Okay, I will allow you. Or maybe let me give you first before we give the petitioner.
Thank you, Chair. As the response is coming through, I'm just wondering, given the current situation in the country with regard to GBV and what the petitioner also alluded to, that even if we to say 3 kilometers is reasonable, but for a very young learner having to travel in the midst of GBV currently. Now my question is distance the only criterion used to determine the need for a new school? Or are there other elements of the criterion that we are not necessarily aware of within the policy itself? Thank you.
Thank you. Petitioner, I think the department will answer it once after you've responded. The department is proposing that yourself and the department meet on site around the ward or the areas that you are representing so that we find each other in terms of speaking in one voice or in agreement in terms of the distance that we are speaking about, in terms of the land, and in terms of yeah, in terms of those things, and the administrator here also make mention of issues that, other issues like at the moment there's an outcry of GBV in the country, which for small or for young kids, it's putting their life at risk in allowing them to walk long distances to school. But here is the proposal on the table. Can you assist?
Yes, we are willing to assist because even 2 years ago, we are having a human trafficking case. So we just want to eliminate that. And the substance abuse case for children molestation, there's no parents' supervision. There's not enough parent supervision that time. So we just want to eliminate those things.
Okay. In that case, it means we will adjourn this petition for now. The department and the petitioner will need to meet and agree on a date and time where you will meet on site. And then the report to the petitions committee will be coming from your self-department immediately after you've met with the petitioner on site. Then you will inform us in terms of what will have been your findings on site. Are we together? Okay, let's adjourn on this one. Thank you. Okay. So how soon can you meet on site?
Pardon?
How soon can you meet with the department on site?
Even next week is still okay.
So can we give...
We welcome them.
Can we give 2 weeks department from our side? Is it fine? Yeah, 2 weeks, then we'll get a report.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Can we get to the next petition?
Thank you, Chair. We will then move to the 8th petition, which is handover of former primary school, Generic College, registration PP35A 0620 EDID. So both the Department of Education and Infrastructure Development are respondents to this one. Chair, I must indicate that earlier on, just before we broke for lunch, the petitioner had to leave as he was not feeling well. So the indication was that we'll then share the report, but for record purposes, the departments must then table their reports on record. I will then proceed to go through the summary. Just a second. The petitioner, as indicated, is Dr. Cornelius Mufukeng, an adult male who resides at 06.
So you are on petition number?
8.
8, or for record?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
The petitioner is so the title is Handover of Former Primary School, Generic College, PP35A 0620 EDID. The petitioner is Dr. Cornelius Mufukeng, an adult male who resides at 6 at the Forest Street in Vanderbijl Park. The petitioner alleges that he has a college referred to as Generic Technical College, which is registered with the Department of Higher Education that provides technical skills, as well as development to the community of Sebokeng. He further alleges that the college is currently operating from a former or closed primary school, which is located at 3641 Lewetsi Street, Zone 13 in Sebokeng. This college, he states, has been operating since 2012, and that the community members have never ever had a problem with its operations. As such, he resolved in August 2012 to lodge a formal request with the Department of Infrastructure Development to lease the school with the prospects of ownership in future. However, he alleges that he has to date not received any response even after making a formal application in 2019. Hence, he requests for the urgent intervention of the Petitions Committee. In terms of progression, the petition was adopted and referred to the Departments of Infrastructure Development and the Gauteng Department of Education for investigation and reporting on the 11th of August 2020. I must indicate, Chair, that numerous follow-ups were made without any success. Thank you.
Okay, both departments are here. Education is here. Infrastructure, I'm told they are also here. I'm not sure who's going to start. Can we then allow you to DG Education to start, then get into infrastructure to assist?
Thanks once more, Chair. As we have indicated that we are dealing with the petition on Gencrack Technical College. Just to indicate, Chair, once more that indeed the property is in the street that has been indicated, indicated, and the name of the school where this college is. The original name of the school is Lisaba Primary School, which was closed officially by the department as gazetted in 2016. It was closed on the basis that it was falling below the numbers of learners that should be in a school at a particular time. And when that happens, once the school once becomes surplus, is given over to the Department of Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development as to be a custodian of that property, as it is the case in terms of the current regulations or current law, which is Giyama. And therefore, when the school is in that situation, it becomes the prerogative of the Department of Infrastructure Development to check as to what the school can be used for. In this instance, once more, we want to indicate that as a department, we still say the school is surplus to the needs of the department, but what also would happen is it will be on a lease basis, so that at a time when there's a need for a school, we would be able to get it back, because the migration and the growth in terms of Gauteng, at times it would even force us to go back to the very same schools that would have been surplus at some stage or another. So I will leave it at this point in time, and DID will take it from there. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, DDG. DID? You can start by introducing yourself and the team, and then respond.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Tina Mavungo. I'm the Acting Chief Director for Property Management at DID. I've got Ms. Kunene on my left. She's also under Property Management. And I've got Mr. Buthelezi from the MEC's office. Can I proceed? Okay, DDG Mpofu is correct. The school is closed, and then it was handed over to Department of Infrastructure Development as the custodian. So what we did, when they handed over the school to us, it was already illegally occupied. So we went on site only to find out that there are non-profit organizations that are occupying different classes in that school. The school is in a good condition, so we try to engage with the occupants to legalize themselves 2 occupants responded, and Dr. Mufokeng is one of those who responded. He gave us his application form together with all the required documents. So during the engagements with the occupants, it came to our attention that there is a self-appointed caretaker, and they've requested the department that as and when we want to engage the occupants, we need to go through them. So a decision was taken during one of our meetings that the caretaker will collect all the application forms, and then together with all the required documents. And once all those application forms have been collected, then they will contact the department in order for us to go and collect them. So we've been following up with the caretaker, and the caretakers indicated that most of the occupants are not even interested in legalizing themselves. And then coming to Dr. Mufokeng's application, we've received the application, and then his application is at the evaluation stage. There's a serious backlog when it comes to valuation of properties. In our department, we only have one valuer who's valuing all the properties. So what we did, we came up with the implementation plan, which indicates the activities that needs to happen and by which date. If I can take you through the implementation plan, we've said that the valuation needs to be done and the rental needs to be determined by the 15th of December 2021. And then there should be a process of affordability assessment, which we're saying that by the 20th of December would have done with that process. And then there's a committee which normally adjudicates or recommends to the HOD in terms of rental affordability and who should be awarded the lease agreement. And we're saying that by the 12th of January we'll be done with that process. The reason why we have said the 12th of January, we are taking into consideration that there are December holidays and most of the committee members will be on leave. And then we said that the outcome of the immovable asset disposal committee is the one that will lead us in terms of whether we need to enter into a lease agreement with Dr. Mufokeng or not. So we have said that the outcome, we might receive the outcome by the 27th of January 2021. And the reason why we said there's a gap between the 12th and the 27th is because the meeting normally sits or meet fortnightly. And then we said immediately after receiving the outcome of the IADC, then we'll have to communicate the outcome of the committee to Dr. Mufokeng. So where we are right now is difficult to say whether the department will be able to give Mr. Mufokeng a lease agreement, because it depends on his affordability of rent. Thank you.
Thank you. At least you have a implementation plan, and I hope you have given that report to the administration of the Petitions Committee. When was it given?
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. I think it was Wednesday.
Okay. Sure. No, I think we'll leave it at such and wait for that timeline that we've set to unfold. But as soon as it concludes, because we'll be keeping track as well in terms of the steps that we've mentioned, towards the end, you will need to give us a report of what had transpired in all those committees or the levels that it must go through. Honorable members, is it fine if we leave it as such?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Member Tong. Member Schneemann agrees. No, it's fine. Thank you very much. I think we'll step off that petition. Can we go to the next petition?
Thank you, Chair. I just need to check. I see there are still, I was informed that for the last 2 petitions, the petitioners are not here. So I just want to check that one that the limb or what liga effing more.
Thank you, Department of Education and ID. You can be excused if you so wish. Thank you very much for your time. Let's deal with petition number 8. It's number 9, sorry. Petition number 9. Member Chabalar. 9, yes. Okay.
Dealing with these two, the department have sent a letter, they're saying that they're not coming.
Why?
They say they've responded to these two petitions, of which they have not yet responded. What they did to this one, they only sent a report last year to say they're conducting an investigation.
That's fine. I see. Okay, number 9, let's hear the petition.
Thank you, Chair. The last two petitions, which is building of a police station in Rondebult, Ward 41, registration PP 13B 0717 CS, of which the petitioner is Ms. Wongile Kwanyani, an adult female who resides at 1378 Extension 2 Rondebult in Germiston, submitting on behalf of the community of Ward 41 Extension 2 Rondebult. The petitioner alleging that there is no police station in Ward 41 in Rondebult, even though the area has a high crime rate. The petitioner also alleges that the area is currently being serviced by either Elsbeck or Alberton police stations, which are both 15 kilometers away each from Rondebult. She further alleges that this has made it difficult to combat crime in the area, as the area is riddled with murders, drugs, and rapes. Furthermore, she alleges that they requested the municipality to intervene on the matter but did not receive a response. The petition was adopted and referred to the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for investigation and reporting, and also to the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety on the 21st of May 2015. At some point, we received a report which indicated that there was a work study being undertaken. However, after a period of time, we then made a follow-up in terms of whether the work study has been concluded and what was the finding of the work study. And that's the reason, Chair, why we then felt that today we should invite the department. However, the department has indicated that they have responded and they will not be in a position to come to the hearing today. Similarly but on this one, the petitioners are not available. That is lack of appropriate service by subs. Tsakane, PP 460-0321 LOCS. On this one, we never received the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that the petitioner?
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Yes, I'd like to confirm the petition as it has been read there.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, there it is. The department is not here. We are told that they last reported that they were busy conducting a work study on the need of that police station. And now they are saying they have responded to the petitions. Okay, have you received any response from the Department of Community Safety in the province?
Yes, there is a letter that was written on the 11th of October 2017, which was acknowledging the petition and also stating that a feasibility study is being established for building of the new police station. However, Chair, I think I need to go further than that and say at one stage in my former position as a ward councillor, the department came. As it came, it wanted me to identify land for the establishment of the police station. I have pointed a number of land parcels that are there in the ward. There is even one out of those land parcels that I pointed. There's even one that would have been donated by the Department of Education should they request for that. Yet, up to this stage, there's nothing, no movement, nothing that has happened. The minutes thereof of that particular meeting and the email that I have sent to the province, to the department, it may be furnished at any time that would be needed. It can be provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you flight again that letter from the department? Probably read it.
Oh, this one? Oh.
Thanks, Chair. The letter reads as follows. Thank you for the letter received on Monday, 22nd of November 2021, inviting the Department of Community Safety to attend the above-mentioned petitions public hearing. We extend our gratitude for the opportunity to present to the committee, but the matters reflected on the agenda for the department to present do not fall within our mandate, as they are a national SAPS mandate. We'll give a mandate as per the availability of a budget to the National Department of Public Works to build police stations on their behalf. The SAPS first has to do a feasibility study on the need of a police station in a particular area. Secondly, on the Tsakane's lack of service delivery by the police station, Chairperson, I think this one relates to the next petition after this one. So that is the response of the department to this particular petition that we are currently dealing with. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Council. Are you there? Lama clauses yathini if a department don't attend when we have called them?
Check the.
Yeah, you can start there. I did not hear you.
Oh, okay. Let me just quickly check the clause. I think it's 214 of the Constitution, but let me just be correct. No, it's not 214. Just a second. Even in even on the standing rules of the House, if the department is summoned or if the department refuses to come when it has been called by the committee, you can write to the Speaker and or to the leader of executive business that the department didn't come and you summon them, and then the Speaker or the leader of executive business will take further action on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Pitch.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps it's a good thing to put it on the record that as a member of the committee, I really lament the fact that the department merely brushed off the petitions committee by sending a letter, irrespective of the validity of the jurisdiction in this regard. I think it's important for the department to have made those submissions to us directly in this meeting, and to also afford us with the respect that the petitions committee deserves. I perhaps would make the suggestion that we do write a letter to the Speaker's office in this regard, to perhaps assist us, and just to indicate our displeasure in this regard, because I think there would have been some questions that we could have posed to the department to give us a better understanding in regards to the intergovernmental relationship, specifically when it comes to SAPs and pertaining in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Pitch. Member Schneemann.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I was just going to ask, I'm not sure if we've got another meeting scheduled for this year, because I do think we need to then ask the department to come and appear before us, even if it's not a hearing like this. But as much as Member Peach was talking about intergovernmental relations, the Department of Community Safety does interact with the SAPS. And if they were here, they would have been able to give guidance on how this matter could be taken up with the SAPS, how they could take it up on behalf of the petitioners, at least for the SAPS to be able to look into the matter. But I would suggest if we are able to call them to one of our meetings before we close, maybe that would be the best thing to do. Otherwise, this will be landing up only being dealt with in February, March next year. So that would be a proposal I would make. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Member Schneemann. No, I think for both petitions, petition 9 and 10, we need to write a letter to the Speaker, copy the leader of government business. Yes, Council.
My apologies, Chair, since I didn't quote the relevant section. It is in the Constitution, it's section 115 for record purposes. It's evidence or information before provincial legislation. A provincial legislature or any of its committees may summon a person to appear before it to give evidence on oath or affirmation or to produce documents. So in this case, I think the Department of Public Safety has to be summoned, and then it also aligned together with the National Prosecuting Authority if that SAPS has to be built on that particular area. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think, as suggested earlier on, let's write a letter to the Speaker and the Leader of Government Business, instructing them to let the department know that we'll want to have a hearing with them at the date of your discretion. You can suggest the date depending on when are we supposed to meet again, then you slot them in that date. Is it fine with you, colleagues? Member Litwaba, are you fine?
Agreed.
Agreed?
Yeah, seconded.
Agreed,
Okay.
Chair.
No, thank you very much. No, we'll leave it as such. Petitioners, the department is not here. The department is not here, so as such, we will not be able to deal with the petition. We'll inform you of the next date that you need to come when the department is here. We'll internally make necessary arrangements that the department appear before us so that we come and resolve the petition. Irrespective of whether it's a national or provincial mandate, the department will need to come and explain the process that it's needed. And as such, it's better left there so that we don't speak for the department, because they apparently had earlier on written a letter of them being busy with feasibility studies. So, and unfortunately, because they are not here, let's not rather speak or discuss issues that they will come and either agree or contest. Let's rather leave the agenda or stand down the matter for now and do the necessary administrative matters to allow them to appear before the petitions committee, and you'll be invited in that meeting, and then the issue will then be looked into at that meeting.
Okay, thank you. We will await for that particular date. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your time. Colleagues, is there any other petition? Oh, thank you. If that was the last one, let's adjourn for today. Thank you very much for your time. The hearing is adjourned.